Hey guys, tonight we begin with something a little different, but also strangely familiar. You wake up to the sound of crackling firewood and the low snore of the man beside you. Not your roommate, not your husband, just Bjorn, a mountain of fur and muscles who smells like smoked fish and feet, and who has probably drooled on your shoulder during the night. You're in a Viking longhouse. No mattress, no memory foam, and certainly no privacy. Above you, the smoke hole in the ceiling glows with the faintest light of dawn. The air is thick, pungent, and laced with decades of soot. The wooden beams creak as the wind whispers through the cracks in the walls, making the whole place groan like it too is reluctant to wake up. You lie on a straw-stuffed bed that rustles with every twitch. Something skitters. You tell yourself it's a harmless beetle. You lie. It's probably something with more legs. Your back is sore, your limbs heavy. The fur blanket you slept under is stiff with last week's rain, last month's blood, and who knows what else. You squint at the ceiling, realizing this might be the warmest you feel all day. And still, it's freezing. You pull your tunic tighter and try to ignore the fact that your breath is fogging the air. Welcome to breakfast in the Viking Age, where survival starts before you've even stood up. And just in case you're wondering, you probably wouldn't last a day. Between the cold, the creatures, and the fermented goat milk, the odds aren't in your favour. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The first thing you notice, other than your questionable body odour, is the hearth. Always burning, always smouldering, even through the night. It's your central heating system, your kitchen, your bug repellent, and your nightlight, all in one. Right now, the fire glows dull orange, with embers popping gently. Someone, probably a teenage cousin named Sven, is poking at it with a stick like it owes him money. You hear others stirring. Vikings don't really do me time. The longhouse is one open room shared by your family, some livestock, and that guy who says he's your uncle, but has no blood relation and never leaves. Cows low gently. A chicken hops past your bed. Someone sneezes explosively. You're not sure if it's human. The smell is an experience. Imagine smoked fish, body funk, and sour milk having an angry meeting in a sauna. There's no ventilation system, just the smoke hole, and it only works if the wind's in a good mood, which it never is. Your nose twitches. You sneeze. Bjorn, still snoring, rolls over and mumbles something about Thor's left boot. You sit up slowly, stretching your arms. Your tunic clings damply to your back. The wool itches. Everything itches. Lice are just a part of life now. You've named a few. One lives behind your ear and seems to have an attitude problem. Outside, the morning fog creeps in from the fjord. It's the kind of cold that goes straight through the wool and into your bones, like winter itself is licking your spine. You shove your feet into reindeer hide shoes that still remember yesterday's puddle, and possibly a dead eel. They're crusty. They're freezing. They're all you have. There's no rush. The day will be long and brutal. But breakfast comes first, if you can call it that. Someone's already begun to ladle out steaming bowls of barley mush. Porridge, but less festive. It's a thick paste made of water, grain, and disappointment. You grab a wooden bowl and join the silent queue, eyeing the cauldron like it might surprise you with bacon. It won't. You pass the time listening. No birds, just the wind and the rhythmic clatter of bowls being set out. That's the Viking version of ambience. You nod at a familiar face, he nods back. You both know the porridge will be bland and lumpy. It's tradition, and yet there's comfort in it. The ritual, the shared silence, the way the longhouse slowly fills with movement, with breath, with life. Despite everything, the cold, the hunger, the fleas, you're here, you're awake, and you have a spoon. The porridge is served. It's not hot enough to scald, not thick enough to scoop, not flavourful enough to enjoy, but it's warm, sort of, and filling, sort of. It sticks to the sides of your bowl and to your soul in equal measure. Beside you, a child slurps loudly, then immediately sneezes into the pot. You pause. You eat anyway. The social contract in a Viking household includes forgiveness for breakfast-based crimes. Plus, the fire probably boiled the germs out. Probably. Historians still argue whether Viking breakfasts were truly this monotonous, or if we've underestimated their variety. Some claim richer households enjoyed dried fruits, honeyed cakes, or even thin slices of smoked whale. But for you this morning, there's no whale, there's barley, and it tastes like every other day. You dip your bread into the mush. It's hard, flat, and has the emotional texture of betrayal. Baked days ago, it's more of a chewable insult than a carb. You gnaw on it like it personally offended your grandmother. Still, it's calories. You keep chewing. Someone passes around a skin of ale, thin, barely fermented, and tasting vaguely of metal. Children drink it too. It's safer than the river water, which once turned blue after someone upstream dumped a rotting pig in it. That was last summer. You're still emotionally recovering. In the far corner, your uncle coughs, spits, and goes back to sharpening a rusted axe. You make eye contact. He grins with exactly 4 teeth. You return the gesture with a polite nod and a bite of dry bread. There are moments like this, between the hunger and the chores, between the blisters and the lice, where time slows down. You watch the steam rise from your bowl. You feel the heat of the fire on your face. You hear the wind whistling outside like a lullaby sung through clenched teeth. And maybe, just maybe, you imagine a future where breakfast is hot, sweet, and includes cinnamon rolls. But not today. Today is barley. And that's okay. Because in the Viking world, breakfast doesn't make you happy. It makes you alive. And that's enough. You finish your last spoonful of porridge, chewing the final bite longer than necessary, not because it tastes good, but because you know what comes next. The fire's warmth fades as you step away from it, bowl in hand, feet sinking slightly into the mud floor beneath you. The bowl goes back to the communal stack, not washed, just wiped with a damp scrap of wool that looks like it's cleaned everything from dishes to goats. Outside, the light has sharpened. The smoke hole glows a little brighter now, casting beams of grey-blue morning through the haze. You duck through the longhouse doorway, pushing aside a hide flap that smells of wet dog and battlefield. The cold slaps your face immediately. Crisp. Damp. It smells like fish, pine sap, and frozen regret. The village is already waking. You're not the only one brave or unfortunate enough to rise this early. Smoke curls lazily from neighbouring longhouses. Dogs stretch and sniff one another's behinds with the kind of enthusiasm Vikings reserve for a horn of ale. Chickens peck furiously at the frozen ground. Somewhere nearby, someone is already yelling at someone else for stealing firewood. You trudge to the stream with a wooden pail in one hand, the soles of your boots squelching with every step. You pray the water hasn't frozen over completely again. That was yesterday's disaster. Chipping at ice for 20 minutes just to get enough to soak oats. You can still feel the bruise on your hand from that. The stream is visible now, slinking its way through the trees like a half-asleep serpent. It looks clean, glistening in the early sun. But you know better. That shimmer, that's not purity, that's warning. Because upstream, somewhere in that thick pine fog is another village. One that throws everything into the water. You scoop anyway, carefully. Avoid the frothy edge and go for the deeper section. Still, the water bites your fingers as it sloshes into the pail, numbing your knuckles instantly. You hiss between your teeth, but you don't drop it. You can't. Because someone has to make the next batch of porridge, and it might be your turn. On the way back, you pause to glance at the sky. It's clear enough to see your breath, to feel the sting in your nose, and to know that today will either be beautiful or punishing, or both. That's Viking weather for you. Predictably unpredictable. Inside again, Your fingers burning from the change in temperature, you hand the water off. Someone mumbles a thank you. You're not sure who. You shake out your hands, blow on them, and find a spot near the fire once more. The embers have woken up a bit. Good, because you're not done with breakfast. Not until you survive the drink. You're handed a small horn. Yes, an actual animal horn, hollowed and polished. It's filled with ale, not beer like you know it. This stuff is cloudy, faintly sour, and brewed in wooden barrels that no one cleans often enough. But it's warmish and, more importantly, safer than the stream. You take a sip, then another. Your throat no longer rebels against it. That's progress. The ale is weak, barely alcoholic, brewed for hydration, not celebration. Still, it settles in your stomach like an old friend who won't stop complaining. The children drink it too, even toddlers. There's no other option. Milk is reserved for special occasions, like never. Across the fire, an old woman is gnawing on a slice of dried fish. Her gums do most of the work, and she hums a tune older than the longhouse itself. You remember that song. Your mother used to sing it when winter was long and breakfast was shorter. It's about a sea spirit who steals cows and only returns them if you give him porridge. You're pretty sure that was just a clever way to justify your family's dairy shortage. Someone adds more wood to the fire and for a moment it flares up, casting flickering light across the beams overhead. You see shadows move. Some are people, some are hanging herbs, one might be a rat. You decide not to look again. The porridge pot is bubbling again. Someone stirs it with a stick that looks suspiciously like a former spear. You look away just in time to see the children sneak bites of leftover bread from a sack near the wall. They pretend to be stealthy, but you all see them. No one stops them. Breakfast, after all, is the one time of day where even the strictest Viking knows mercy. You think about what you miss, if you're even allowed to miss things. Something sweet, maybe, or warm. You heard once that the Saxons have something called honey cakes. You've never seen one, but the name alone makes you suspicious. A cake for breakfast? Sounds like witchcraft. Your reality's different. It's barley, fish, stale bread, and sour milk. It's food that doesn't spoil because it already tastes spoiled. It's survival wrapped in habit. And somehow, it works. You're still alive. You've got most of your teeth. You haven't vomited in days. That's a win. Historians still argue whether Viking meals were as monotonous as this. Some say breakfast was more diverse, with fruits, meats, even spiced drinks. But on most mornings in most villages, it's barley mush and fermented grain drinks. The spice trade hadn't exactly prioritised the northern fjords. You use what you have, and today you have porridge, again. Someone passes you a slice of hard cheese. It smells like a regretful goat and crumbles between your fingers. You eat it anyway. It's salty, tangy, and sticks to the roof of your mouth like an over-enthusiastic prayer. But it fills the gap that porridge couldn't. You nod to the person who shared it. That's Viking gratitude. No words, just mutual chewing. Outside, the village roosters begin their late lazy calls. They're not good at their job, but no one is brave enough to correct them. You hear someone shouting about axes, someone else cursing the firewood. A dog yelps, a child laughs. Another day has begun. You set your empty horn down, wipe your mouth with the sleeve of your tunic, stretch your arms. Your stomach isn't full, but it's not empty either. That counts. You rise slowly, joints cracking like frost-covered twigs. The day awaits. You've got work to do. Fish to clean, nets to untangle. Someone mentioned preparing for a raid. Or was it a wedding? In this village, those two events often blur. But before that, one last bite of bread. It's a corner piece, rock hard, likely from last week. You gnaw it like a seasoned warrior, and for a fleeting second you imagine what it might be like to bite into something soft. But that's not your world. Not yet. Your breath curls in the morning air like tiny dragons escaping your nose. You step fully outside the longhouse now, blinking against the light. The sun has barely cleared the tree line, but already it feels late. That's the Viking way. Time is measured less by the hour and more by how long the goats have been screaming, or how soon the tide changes. Your body is starting to wake up, reluctantly. The ale is sloshing quietly in your belly. Your joints complain. You stretch again and groan out loud. Somewhere in the distance an ox bellows. You wonder if it's a mating call or just indigestion. With Viking livestock, it's often both. Around the village, the world is moving. Men and women shuffle between longhouses. Children chase chickens. One of them is wearing a helmet way too big for his head. It slides down over his eyes as he sprints, arms flailing, shouting something about trolls. The chicken he's chasing is unimpressed. You head toward the storage shed. Not that it's really a shed. It's more like a stack of damp wood boards leaning together in mutual fear of collapse. Inside, there's a pile of smoked fish wrapped in cloth, some jars of honey sealed with wax, and several sacks of barley, each heavier than your will to live at this hour. You help hoist a sack over your shoulder. The weight nearly folds you in half. The guy next to you chuckles and adjusts the grip on his own. He's older, wirier, and probably stronger in ways you don't want to think about too hard. You grunt a greeting. He nods. You carry it to the central longhouse where someone's yelling about needing more barley for the next meal. It's still morning, and yet the next meal is already a concern. That's because Viking breakfasts aren't really designed to satisfy. They're more of a prelude. A whispered threat from the gods saying, "Don't worry, there's more hunger later." You dump the sack near the hearth, dust your hands off, and look around. The longhouse smells stronger now. Less smoky, more fermented. Someone's boiling leftover greens into a stew. It bubbles angrily in a clay pot. You hope it's stew. It might also be soap. Hard to tell these days. A young woman stirs the pot with a carved spoon. She sees you watching and offers a wry smile. She's missing 2 teeth, but her hair is braided with care, and she has that fierce, quiet confidence that Viking women are famous for. She hands you a scrap of dried meat. It's not bacon. You chew slowly. It's tough, salty, and vaguely metallic. Could be lamb, could be deer, could be disappointment. You don't ask. As you chew, your eyes wander to the tools hanging along the walls. Spoons carved from antlers, ladles made from hollowed bone, iron knives kept in pouches, some still stained with, well, probably fish guts, you hope. You take another sip of weak ale to wash it down. It's warm now, which somehow makes it worse, but it settles the dried meat in your stomach. That combination, porridge, hard bread, dried meat, and sour ale, was basically the Viking food pyramid. Not glamorous, but it worked. Sort of. Historians still argue whether Vikings had structured meals or just grazed throughout the day like half-starved goats. Some evidence suggests morning meals were eaten in groups, while other accounts point toward a more flexible, eat when you can steal a bite system. Either way, it's clear breakfast wasn't leisurely. It was fuel, nothing more. Back outside, you spot the foragers returning. A group of women and teens with baskets slung over their backs. They've brought back mushrooms, moss, and something that might be edible roots, or might be very adventurous dirt. You either haul warily. The mushrooms look sketchy, but someone swears they're good in broth. Someone else swears they made her cousin see the ghost of Odin, so that's a toss-up. Your friend offers you a handful of cloudberries. They're rare this time of year, small, golden, and sour sweet. You pop one into your mouth and close your eyes. For a second, just a second, you remember joy. The kind that doesn't involve fermenting barley or biting through sinew. You nod appreciatively. She smirks. "Don't get used to it," she says, already walking away. The blacksmith's hammer rings out from the next hut over. He's reheating an axe head. It smells like iron and sweat and fire. You're reminded that today is sharpening day. Blades, spears, sickles, and the occasional kitchen knife. Everything in the Viking world has more than one job. A spoon might also be a weapon. A ladle might double as a helmet for a child or a very confident chicken. You sit for a moment on a chopped tree stump and let the warmth of the morning sun find your face. It doesn't help much. The wind still finds every crack in your clothes and reminds you that you're wearing the same tunic for the 12th day in a row. Still, you breathe in deep. The scent of wood smoke, salted fish and damp earth is strangely comforting. You're hungry again already, and it's not even mid-morning. You look around at the others, wondering if anyone feels the same. They probably do. Vikings burn calories like candles in a storm. Someone nearby opens a jar of pickled herring. You instantly regret having a nose. The smell punches through the air like a drunken god's sock. You gag quietly and back away. The man eating it grins, fish oil dripping down his beard like war paint. There's a fringe belief among villagers that pickled herring boosts strength and fertility. Historians still argue whether this was grounded in nutritional value or just a cruel prank passed down through generations. Either way, the smell has its own gravity. You retreat to the goat pen, where the animals bleat lazily and chew on hay that looks as depressed as you feel. One goat eyes you. You nod respectfully. You've both seen things. Back near the longhouse, preparations begin for the midday work. Nets are untangled, barrels patched, boots retied. You check your pouch. Still got a scrap of bread for later. Still got a sliver of dried apple, saved like treasure. You look up at the sky. Clouds are moving fast, could rain, could snow, could do both in the same hour. That's Viking weather again, like the gods are bored and just spinning a weather wheel. But for now, you've eaten. You've survived the morning meal, your belly is half full, your breath smells of fish, and your fingers are still attached. That's a successful breakfast. You grab your axe and start walking toward the tree line. There's work to be done. Always is. But as you go, you think back to that single cloudberry. The burst of sweetness, the shock of flavour. And you wonder, maybe tomorrow's breakfast will have two. The forest looms ahead like an old moody god. Dark, damp and full of secrets it isn't ready to share. You trudge toward it, boots squelching in the half-frozen muck of morning. The trees stretch upward like they're trying to scratch the belly of the sky, while their roots do everything they can to trip you. Welcome to the Viking woodlands. Breakfast may be over, but your real work, and your second breakfast, might just begin here. You're out foraging again. Not because it's fun, not because it's calming, but because if you don't bring back something edible, berries, roots, mushrooms, maybe a confused duck, you might not get anything warm at all for the evening meal. And when dinner is whatever survived breakfast, that's a gamble you can't afford. The moss squishes under your feet. It smells green in a way that makes you nervous. You kneel near a low bush and inspect the berries. Dark, small, possibly poisonous. You've eaten worse. You pluck a few, cautiously, drop them into the small leather pouch tied at your belt, and hope today isn't the day you hallucinate a Valkyrie riding a goat. The Vikings were known for being resourceful. If it grew, swam, crawled, or buzzed, chances are someone tried to eat it. The breakfast table, if you had one, was less about options and more about optimism. You might find some wild sorrel today, a bitter herb that's oddly good in porridge if you're desperate, which you always are. As you push through a cluster of low trees, your stomach reminds you that this morning's porridge was barely food. You take out a strip of dried fish from your pouch and gnaw on it. It's stiff, oily, and chews like regret. You've eaten parchment that went down smoother. But it's calories. That's all that matters. You look up and spot an elder woman not far off, bending low to gather roots from a marshy patch. She's wrapped in layer upon layer of wool, a bundle of fabric and determination. She's humming softly, a song that sounds like it's older than the hills. She offers you a nod. You nod back. That's a full conversation in Viking body language. Anything more risks spooking the trees. You join her, kneeling into the mud and starting to dig. The roots are tough, stubborn, a lot like you. She watches your form, then gently swats your hand away and shows you a better technique. Twist and pull. You learn more in that 5 seconds than any saga ever taught you. Because in Viking life, grand myths are for bards. Breakfast is for the people who know how to survive. She pulls something out of her basket. hazelnuts still in their shells. You raise your eyebrows. That's the Viking equivalent of someone handing you a croissant. She shrugs and hands you two. You say nothing, but your stomach sings an aria. You crack one open with your teeth. It's buttery, earthy and rich in a way that your body remembers from some ancient dream of luxury. Historians still argue whether nuts were a staple or a rare treat in Viking breakfasts. Some believe they were foraged regularly, others suggest they were too seasonal and hoarded for trade or rituals. Either way, right now, it's the best thing you've eaten in a week. You make a mental note to never question an old woman in a swamp again. You move farther down the trail, eyes scanning the mossy ground. Your feet are soaked. Your tunic clings like it's auditioning to be a second skin. But your senses are sharp. You spot a patch of wild garlic. Jackpot! It's pungent, sharp, and strong enough to hide the taste of literally anything. Even that fish you found last week that looked like it was already halfway to Valhalla. You pluck the leaves carefully. They'll go in the next pot of porridge if you can get them home without stepping on a thorn or being bitten by a squirrel. Viking breakfast isn't just what's cooked. It's what you can cook, what you dared to cook, and what the chickens didn't steal first. You make your way back toward the village, your pouch heavier now with a modest harvest. Your breath fogs in the air again. Your fingers are numb, but your brain is already building a recipe. Wild garlic, a bit of dried fish, crushed hazelnut for texture. Yes, you could trick your taste buds into thinking it's edible, maybe even celebratory. You hear a rustle behind you. You freeze. In Viking lands, that sound could be a fox, a bear, or worse, someone asking you to join a boat crew. But it's just a raven, perched on a branch, staring like it knows your secrets. Ravens are sacred in Norse mythology, Odin's messengers, watchers of men. You offer it a bit of your fish jerky. It declines. Rude. Back in the village, smoke curls from every chimney now. It smells like meat, but you know better. That's probably turnip stew. You pass the drying racks lined with gutted herring. You pass a boy scraping lichen from a log, don't ask why. You nod at a girl polishing a cauldron with a pine cone. Viking kitchen hacks are not for the weak. You step inside your longhouse again. The warmth hits like a blessing. You pull your finds from your pouch and lay them on the table. The garlic is quickly snatched by someone already prepping the next pot. The nuts are eyed with envy. The berries? Saved. You've earned that. You sit down near the fire again, your legs sore from the walk, your hands tingling back to life. Someone hands you a wooden bowl with leftover porridge. You don't question it. You dump a few crushed hazelnuts on top, swirl in a bit of berry juice, and suddenly, it almost tastes like breakfast. Almost. But the best part? That fleeting moment where everyone around you is eating the same thing, at the same time, in the same smoky room. No hierarchy, no ceremony, just shared survival, chewing, breathing, living together. In this world, breakfast isn't about flavour, it's about connection, to the land, to each other, to the strange rhythm of life that pulses under every stone, through every tree, across every frost-bitten morning. You scrape the last bit from your bowl, the fire crackles, your stomach sighs, and for once you feel full enough. There's a lull now, a rare quiet moment between the morning rush and the labour that defines every Viking day. You lean back against a log bench near the hearth, feeling the last of your berry-streaked porridge settle in your stomach like a warm stone. Outside, the wind howls in a way that makes the walls groan softly. It's not quite threatening, just a reminder. The north never lets you forget where you are. You pull your cloak tighter. It's thick wool, scratchy against the skin, and smells like smoke, salt, and something faintly musky, probably the goat you borrowed it from. Not elegant, but functional. Everything in Viking life has that theme. If it doesn't keep you alive, it probably doesn't exist. There's a clatter as someone drops a wooden ladle. You glance over. A child scrambles to pick it up, cheeks smudged with ash, eyes bright with mischief. They're pretending to cook breakfast for their stuffed cloth doll, which currently has a turnip tucked under its arm like a baby. Adorable, and slightly tragic. You reach for your belt pouch, fingering the last hazelnut hidden inside. It's a luxury, and you know it. You crack it between your teeth with care, savouring every gritty bite. The taste is simple, honest, grounding, like most things here. Food doesn't surprise you. It just shows up, says you're still alive, and moves on. Next to you, a man sharpens a knife using a flat stone. His motions are methodical, rhythmic. He's got a dried fish tied to his belt and half a flatbread sticking out of his pocket. You don't ask questions. The man nods at you, then spits into the fire, bonding Viking style. It's hard to say when breakfast ends and the rest of the day begins. Meals blend into tasks and work blends into survival. There's no meal break, there's only when your hands aren't full of rope, iron or fish guts. The old woman who shared her hazelnuts earlier steps inside the longhouse now, balancing a bundle of herbs and a jar of something sloshing and suspicious. She sets them near the hearth and hums as she kneels. You recognise the melody. It's one of those tunes passed down so many times it probably predates bread. She begins preparing a tea, if you can call it that. It's a steaming mixture of dried herbs, moss, maybe a mushroom or two. The smell is strong, medicinal. The kind of brew that claims to clean the blood, but actually just makes you sweat and see colours. She offers you a cup anyway. You accept. Declining would be ruder than stealing someone's axe. It burns going down. Bitter, earthy, with a hint of pine and something that feels like regret. You cough. She chuckles. It's a bonding moment. One of the few that doesn't involve hauling wood or sharpening blades. Historians still argue whether Vikings had morning rituals like this. Small, informal breaks, shared drinks, even casual storytelling before the day's work. Some think it was all labour, all the time. Others suggest these moments of community, often led by the elderly or women, were vital to maintaining morale. You don't need to be a scholar to see it matters. You feel it in your bones, right now. She tells a story, her voice low and gravelly. It's about a man who stole an eel from a Jotun's bathwater and was cursed to sneeze for 7 years. You're not sure what the moral is, but you laugh anyway. Everyone else does too. The fire crackles in approval. You sip the last of your tea. Your tongue feels both cleaner and more confused than it was 10 minutes ago. Outside, the sun climbs a little higher. The long shadows shift. Somewhere, a rooster crows again. Late, or just attention-seeking. Roosters are like that. You stand slowly. Your legs protest. Your back joins the rebellion. But there's work to do. And breakfast, even the second, social, slightly hallucinated round, is officially over. You step outside. The sky's bright now. Clear blue edged with thin clouds. The kind of day where you might dare to hope for decent weather. You smell the sea in the air. Distant but present. Like an old friend with bad breath. Someone yells from down the path. Something about nets needing mending. Someone else responds by yelling louder. That's Viking project management in action. You move toward the beach, past drying racks strung with strips of fish and seaweed, past carts waiting to be loaded with crates of salted herring. A dog runs by with a bone bigger than its head. No one questions it. The dog probably earned it. At the shore, a group is hauling in the morning catch. They've been out since before sunrise, sailing into the cold fjord while most of you are still trying to chew frozen barley. Their faces are red from wind, hands rough from rope, but they're grinning. You help unload. Buckets of writhing fish, one stubborn crab and a tangle of seaweed that smells like low tide and hard decisions. This is the good haul. Enough to dry, enough to smoke, enough to maybe trade inland for butter or grain. One of the fishers hands you a small flatfish. Breakfast, he jokes. You eye the creature. It blinks slowly, offended. You hand it back. Maybe later. Historians often overlook the sea in Viking breakfasts. But for coastal communities like this one, The ocean was the pantry, the fridge, and the spice rack. Shellfish, shrimp, seaweed, and the occasional unlucky seal, all fair game if you had the courage and a big enough rock. You stand for a moment, staring at the water. The wind lifts your hair. The salt stings your lips. You're tired. You're hungry again. But you're not alone. Behind you, laughter rises from the village. Someone's telling a joke about Odin's bad breath. Someone else drops a pot and curses loudly enough to wake a troll. And somehow, you smile. Because in the Viking world, breakfast is more than a meal. It's the beginning of a fight. Against cold, against hunger, against time. But it's also proof that you're still here. You're still near the beach, watching a few of the younger kids attempt to chase seagulls with sticks. The gulls are unimpressed. One swoops low, steals a piece of drying fish, and drops something unmentionable on Bjorn's tunic as it flies off. Bjorn curses, loudly and creatively, vowing vengeance with a voice that sounds like gravel wrapped in beard. You look away, partly out of sympathy, and partly because you're pretty sure that bird is circling back for round 2. Back inland, the morning hum has turned into full-blown clamour. The blacksmith's forge is already blazing, the weaver's hut is echoing with clacks of the loom, and a young man is yelling something about a broken cartwheel, as if this is the first time such a miracle has ever occurred in history. You start walking back toward the longhouse, stepping carefully to avoid puddles that may or may not be animal-related. It's time for one of the most vital parts of Viking daily life, preserving the food that didn't get eaten at breakfast, that sad, floppy fish. It's about to become tomorrow's even sadder breakfast. The preservation process is an experience. First, the fish are cleaned. Not well, but quickly. Guts are yanked out with casual brutality and thrown to the chickens, who fight over them like it's a blood sport. Heads are sometimes kept, sometimes tossed, depending on the mood and superstition of whoever's doing the gutting. You grab a knife and get to work. It's not glamorous, but at least it's warm near the salt barrels. Salt, that glorious, life-saving, ulcer-producing mineral. It gets packed into every crevice of the fish like you're trying to mummify it for a religious offering. Which, in a way, you are. Because without it, the fish would rot before you ever got the chance to choke it down next week. Salt doesn't just season food here. It defines survival. Historians still argue how accessible salt really was in everyday Viking life. Some suggest it was common in coastal communities, traded or even produced from seawater. Others claim it was a luxury used sparingly, with most preservation relying on smoke or drying. But in your village, there's always salt around. It lines your cuts, it crusts on your lips, it sneaks into your food and sometimes your nightmares. Next to the salt barrels are the smoke racks. You hang the fish there, tails down, faces grimacing. Smoke from alderwood curls around them in lazy spirals. The fire beneath is kept low, just enough to cook the air without setting the house on fire, usually. You check the logs. They're damp, that's good. Dry logs would turn breakfast preservation into a neighbourhood barbecue, and not the good kind. You step back and wipe your hands on your tunic. Your fingers smell like fish and resin. You're going to smell that way all day, maybe all week. You've stopped caring. Everyone smells like something here. Fish, sweat, goat, peat smoke, desperation. It's part of the ambience. One of the older men approaches the rack and eyes your fish. He grunts a non-committal approval. That's high praise in Viking society. Just one grunt below a marriage proposal. You nod, appropriately honoured. He pulls a small clay pot from under his cloak. Inside, fermented fish guts. You try not to gag. He offers it to you like it's a delicacy. You take a cautious sniff. Your soul retreats into your ribcage. But you're a Viking today, and that means pretending things smell better than they do. You dab a bit on your finger, smear it onto a scrap of flatbread, and chew. It's salty, it's sour, it tastes like something that died twice, but it's strangely effective. It cuts through the blandness, it wakes up your mouth, You nod again. He grunts. This time, it might actually be affection. Fermented fish paste was a thing, a real Viking thing, not fancy, not pleasant, but protein-rich and shelf-stable. Like all good Viking inventions, it emerged not from desire, but from sheer stubbornness. You weren't going to waste the guts, and you weren't going to let hunger win. So you fermented your breakfast scraps until they became something strong enough to scare off both spoilage and small children. Nearby, someone pours a little ale into a bowl and drops in a slice of sour cheese. Breakfast soup? Drunken fondue? You don't ask. You've learned that curiosity in Viking kitchens is more dangerous than apathy. You make your way back to the hearth again. The fire is hotter now, boiling something in a blackened iron pot. You peer inside. It's barley again, but now mixed with slivers of fish, greens, and... oh no, is that seaweed? You decide not to ask. The smell isn't terrible. You'll eat it. You always do. You ladle some into a wooden bowl and find a quiet spot to sit. You balance the bowl on your knee, tearing a bit of yesterday's bread to dip into the mush. It crumbles instead of soaking. Typical. You make do. That's the Viking motto. Make do or make a boat and leave. You look around the longhouse as you chew. People are talking, trading gossip, arguing about whether someone's cousin stole too many radishes last moon. A baby cries. Someone sings a slow song about a wolf who married a shield maiden. It's half tragic, half hilarious, and suddenly, in the middle of it all, you feel content. Not because the food is good. It isn't. Not because the air is clean. It absolutely isn't. And not because your clothes are comfortable. You're pretty sure your tunic is trying to kill you. But because you're part of something. This community, this mess, this firelit hive of survival and sarcasm and sour dairy. You're not just eating breakfast, you're preserving the food, the customs, the stubborn pride that makes Viking life what it is. You sip the broth, grimace at the chunks, and keep going. Because in the Viking world, breakfast isn't the reward, it's the training, and you're just getting started. You finish the last slurp of what may or may not have been edible seaweed porridge, and set the bowl down on the floor. It rocks slightly on the uneven planks before settling at a slant. You think about straightening it. You don't. That would take energy, and your legs already feel like wood. You shift your weight, grimace, and scratch the back of your knee through layers of damp wool. A flea escapes. You let it go. If it can survive Viking breakfast, it's earned its freedom. Now it's time to face one of the lesser-known yet universally dreaded parts of Viking life, the bread. Not the soft, fluffy, fresh from the oven kind you may know today. No sourdough starters with charming names. No golden crusts or steamy middles. This bread is more battlefield than bakery. It's flat, dry, and tough enough to chip a molar. Its texture is somewhere between tree bark and existential crisis. It's made from barley or rye flour, grains that grow in the miserable northern soil and don't care about your feelings. Sometimes the flour's been bulked up with things like ground up tree bark, dried moss, or even crushed animal bones. Protein, technically. Delicious? No. You grab a piece from the communal stack and tap it against the bench. It makes a dull clack. The man next to you nods approvingly. You chew, slowly, thoughtfully, like someone evaluating whether this could be used as a roof tile if necessary. Historians still argue whether Viking bread was meant to be eaten or used as passive-aggressive projectiles. Some speculate that it was so tough because ovens weren't common, and baking usually happened on flat stones over fire. Others point to the use of quern stones to grind flour, which sometimes left tiny bits of grit in the dough, meaning every bite doubled as dental exfoliation. And dental care? You don't really have it, which means that this bread isn't just food. It's a wager against your remaining teeth. Still, you eat it. Because there's nothing else. The bread fills the gaps left by porridge and smoked fish, and it gives you something to hold in your hands while you stare blankly at the fire and contemplate where the frostbite is setting into your left foot. Next to you, a woman has dipped her bread into a mixture of goat milk and weak ale. It doesn't improve the taste, but it softens the crust. You follow suit. The result is wet, sour, and vaguely metallic, but it goes down easier. It's like chewing on a damp tunic soaked in vinegar. Still, your stomach growls in agreement. You eat. Outside, the morning is creeping toward midday. The wind has picked up, slapping the side of the longhouse and sending smoke swirling back down through the roof hole. Everyone inside coughs. Someone opens a side door briefly for air. The chickens immediately try to escape. A toddler tackles one of them with surprising accuracy. As you chew, your mind drifts. You think of better bread. Mythical bread. You've heard tales of honey-glazed loaves from Francia, of soft rolls from the south where the sun never stops shining, and olives grow on trees instead of being imported one by one like sacred pebbles. You've never had these things, but you dream about them anyway, just once to wake up and eat something that doesn't fight you back. But then again, this is Viking bread. It's not meant to be soft, it's meant to be earned. In a nearby corner, a few people are gathered around a small pile of grain sacks. One man is pouring out a handful of oats into a wooden bowl and inspecting them like he's looking for gold. He finds a few dark specks. Mice droppings? Dirt? Evidence of the god's disdain? He flicks them away and shrugs. You go over and help sort through the grain. It's not glamorous. Your fingers sift through the dusty pile, separating rocks from barley, insects from oats. This is as much a part of breakfast as the eating, because if you don't prep today, there's nothing to cook tomorrow. A small girl skips over and holds out a fistful of berries she's been hoarding since dawn. They're half squished and mostly warm from her palm, but you thank her like she just delivered a banquet. You eat one. It's sour. It makes your eye twitch. She beams. That's the other thing about Viking breakfast. Sometimes it's scavenged, foraged, gifted, a shared bite from someone else's hand, a found egg, a stolen onion, a miracle mushroom you pray isn't poisonous. Breakfast is community, uneven and unpredictable, but sacred all the same. Suddenly, someone bursts into the longhouse, breathless. A trader has arrived. That's big news. No one's running for raiders. No one's screaming. That means this visitor is the kind you want to see, the kind with goods, stories, and possibly treats. Everyone stirs. You scramble to your feet, brushing crumbs from your tunic. You follow the others out to the village square where a man in a patched cloak stands beside a small cart. It's piled with sacks, jars, and folded cloth. His horse looks unimpressed, like it's seen better markets. He speaks fast, his accent thick with coastal flavour. He has dried figs, he has smoked reindeer, he has tiny jars of something yellow and sweet, honey, real honey. You almost cry, not because it's beautiful, but because you can already hear your stomach whispering, bribe him. You don't have silver, you don't even have bronze, but you do have dried fish, a half-mended cloak and a pair of boots that mostly match. You haggle, you trade, you plead, and by some miracle, or perhaps pity, you walk away with a sliver of honeycomb wrapped in waxed cloth. It's small, it's sticky, and it might be the best thing you've ever touched. You run back to the longhouse like a thief in the night, unwrapping the comb as carefully as a priest unveiling a relic. You take one bite, it melts. Sweetness floods your mouth. Real sweetness. Not the sour tang of ale or the smoky bite of overcooked grain. This is sunlight, flowers, and everything the north usually denies you. It coats your tongue, lingers on your teeth, and sinks into your chest like warmth itself. Someone asks for a bite. You hesitate. Then you break off a piece and hand it over. They nod. It's an entire conversation in a single crumb. This is breakfast too, not the mush or the fish, but the moment, the shared sweetness in a bitter world. You sit again, the fire behind you, the honey on your lips, the wind howling like it always does. And somehow, for once, the bread tastes better. It's later now, mid-morning, edging toward noon, though no one in your village bothers with such measurements. Time is not counted by hours or clock hands. It's measured in chores finished, fires stoked, and how many times someone has tripped over a goat this morning. Judging by the 3 loud thuds, you'd guess the day's about half gone. You sit cross-legged near the edge of the longhouse, your back pressed against a cool plank wall, chewing slowly on a piece of smoked reindeer. It's leathery, it's salty, it tastes like the forest got tired of you and decided to punch you in the mouth, but still, you chew. Because meat, any meat, is rare. A gift. A reminder that something bigger and faster than you died so that you could live one more day in itchy wool and communal breath. This particular piece was given to you by a neighbour, one of those quiet, older warriors who doesn't talk much but always seems to have the right amount of dried meat in his pouch. You don't ask where he gets it. Maybe it's from hunting. Maybe it's from trade. Maybe he just knows someone who knows someone. In the Viking world, supply chains aren't tracked. They're whispered. You rip off another bite and look around. The village is busy but not rushed. There's no frantic sprinting, no shouting about taxes or politics. Just the rhythm of daily survival. Ropes being braided, nets untangled, planks hammered back onto leaky sheds. The forge bellows, smoke wafts. Somewhere, a child is singing to a chicken like it's a lullaby. The chicken doesn't look pleased. Inside the longhouse, a few people are eating their second breakfast. Yes, that's a thing. Not fancy. Not even a full meal. Just scraps from earlier. Leftover porridge, reheated with dried berries, a sliver of hard cheese, a slosh of sour ale. One man dips stale bread into goat milk that's been sitting near the hearth for a few hours too long. He eats with the solemnity of a priest. You join them, bowl in hand. Inside, the reindeer, some soft-cooked oats, a touch of wild garlic from earlier that smells better than it looks, which to be fair is a very low bar. You chew in silence. Others around you do the same. No talking, just nods. Occasionally someone belches. This, in Viking terms, is polite. It means they're alive. It means the food stayed down. Win-win. Historians still debate whether Vikings had formal meals or informal grazing throughout the day. Some evidence suggests a kind of structured eating in the mornings and evenings, but with snacks or shared bites in between, often dictated by labour. If your hands weren't busy hauling nets or swinging an axe, they were probably holding food, or cleaning fish, or both. Today you have the luxury of sitting. You're not hauling firewood, not boiling moss tea, not wrestling a goat out of the pantry, so you eat slowly, letting each bite sit in your mouth like it deserves respect. It doesn't, but you give it anyway. Across the room, a woman unwraps a cloth to reveal a handful of apples. Small, spotted, and slightly bruised. They're passed around like gold coins. You catch one and nod in thanks. It's sweet in that tart wild way. You crunch, and the juice runs down your chin. For a second, just a second, you feel something close to joy. Then the juice stings a mouth sore and reminds you that happiness is always rented, never owned. Next to you, someone produces a jar of fermented fish paste. You stiffen. He grins and offers it like a sacred relic. You know better. That stuff could clear a battlefield, but you take a fingertip's worth, smear it on a crust of bread and force it down. It tastes like courage, or punishment. Either way, your ancestors would be proud. There's something uniquely Viking about eating things that actively hate you. Nearby, a young boy is arguing with a very old woman over the best way to boil onions. She insists on adding dried herbs. He insists on throwing in a fish head for soul flavour. They compromise by ignoring each other and doing both. You're just glad someone else is cooking. The hearth in the centre of the longhouse crackles gently. Smoke curls up into the rafters, escaping through the smoke hole with visible reluctance. The air smells like wood, sweat, old milk and reindeer. Somehow your nose is used to it now. You even start to miss the smell when you're outside for too long. That's how it gets you. You finish your bowl and sit back. Your stomach isn't full, not really, but it's not empty either. That's the sweet spot. You learned long ago that fullness is a luxury. Emptiness is the default. Being somewhere in between is as close to satisfaction as you'll get. You watch as someone ladles the last of the oat stew into a carved wooden cup and passes it to a child. The kid takes a sip, makes a face, then drinks it anyway. That's called growing up. Just outside the longhouse, a few people are sorting through today's foraged goods: mushrooms, roots, berries, and what appears to be a cluster of edible moss, or very confident mould. It's hard to say. One woman holds up a plant and squints at it. "This heals wounds," she says, or it causes them. Depends how much you use. Everyone nods. No one asks for clarification. You step outside for air. The sky is the colour of steel, and the wind carries the scent of salt from the sea. You breathe deep, letting it sting your lungs. It's cold, bracing, and exactly what you need. Down by the beach, a man is hammering at a boat frame. His breakfast is tucked into his tunic, flatbread wrapped around smoked eel. He takes a bite without looking, chews, and keeps working. That's the Viking version of fast food. You watch him for a while, then return to the fire. Someone started boiling a fresh pot of porridge, adding dried fruit this time. You recognise the crushed juniper berries, the bits of dried apple. You offer to stir. They let you. The handle of the wooden spoon is smooth from years of hands. You add a pinch of salt and a prayer that this batch tastes like something other than sadness. In moments like this, you understand something. Breakfast here isn't just a meal. It's a process, a ritual, a small act of hope, performed daily in a world that often forgets to be kind. It's not about pleasure. It's about continuity, about holding on to something simple while everything else, weather, war, worms, tries to shake it loose. You finish stirring. You ladle a bit into a bowl. You pass it to someone else. They take it, nod, and eat. No words, just trust, just breakfast. And for a few more moments the world holds steady. You wipe your hands on your tunic, a tunic that now carries the scent of juniper berries, old ash, goat, and whatever it was you stepped in earlier by the fire pit. It's midday now. The sun, weak and apologetic, has finally broken through the clouds, casting a dull light that makes everything look slightly less miserable, only slightly. You stand and stretch, and your back responds with the same sound as a worn-out shipmast. There's no chiropractor in Viking society. There's just deal with it, and maybe someone offering you fermented birch bark tea if you whine too loudly. You won't. Your stomach is calm now. Not full, but not complaining either, and as any Viking will tell you, that's as good as it gets. You walk down the slope toward the far end of the village, where the older men are gutting fish and the older women are gutting men with their words. Someone asks about breakfast for tomorrow. The response, a shrug, and a quiet, "Depends what the sea gives us." That's not a metaphor, it's just reality. You find a quiet moment and settle by a small table made of driftwood and stubbornness. There, on top of a flat stone, lies your next challenge. Flatbread. Again. The same dense, unforgiving round of barley and rye you've already gnawed through this morning. It's the Viking breakfast MVP, not because anyone likes it, but because it refuses to die. Much like you. You sit and break off a piece. It resists. You bite into it and chew like someone slowly winning an argument with a tree stump. It's dry, it's bland, it's full of little sandy bits from the grinding stone. But it's there, it stays with you. It doesn't rot, it doesn't crumble. It could probably survive Ragnarok and still be slightly undercooked in the middle. Historians note that flatbread was essential in Norse diets, not just for nutrition, but for practicality. It could travel well, store for months, and didn't need much fuel to make. Vikings didn't have time for soufflés. They needed food that could fit in a pouch and double as a shield in a pinch. And this bread, this sad little disc of defiance, did exactly that. A boy runs past you, holding a bowl of curds. He stumbles, the curds spill. He looks devastated. You help him scoop what's salvageable back into the bowl. He thanks you by handing you a lump of cheese he'd tucked into his tunic. It's warm. It smells faintly sour. You nod, accept it, and take a bite. The texture is rubbery. The taste? Bold. Assertive. Like a goat yelling into your mouth. But it's cheese, and cheese is a gift. You eat it slowly, grateful for the protein. The boy watches to make sure you're not spitting it out. You don't. You've eaten worse. Remember the pickled fish paste? Exactly. Around you, breakfast still lingers in the air, not just as scent, but as memory. A young woman scrubs a pot with a bundle of reeds. She hums a tune that sounds like it belongs in a saga, but probably just tells you how many eggs the hens laid last week. 1. The answer is always 1. You rise and wander toward the outskirts of the village where the hunters have returned. They carry game birds, a few rabbits, and something that looks like a very confused, very dead fox. You don't ask. You nod. They nod back. One of them hands you a skinned rabbit leg wrapped in cloth. "Breakfast meat," he says. You say nothing, but your eyes water a little. It's beautiful. You take the leg and walk toward the smoke hut, where fires are already being stoked for drying and curing. You lay the meat gently on a wooden shelf alongside other offerings from the land. Soon it will hang above smouldering logs and absorb the scent of pine, ash, and smoke, the holy trinity of Viking seasoning. In the meantime, you're handed a bowl of warm broth. Someone had leftover turnips, dried herbs, and the will to try. You sip. It's better than expected. Thin, salty, and somehow grounding. Like drinking something your grandmother would make if your grandmother were a battle-hardened shield maiden with 3 teeth and a mean swing with a ladle. Historians often overlook broths and thin soups in favour of more glamorous meals like roasted meats or spiced stews. But the truth is, in most households, this was the daily fare. A bit of this, a bit of that, all boiled together until it stopped smelling offensive. Add bread. Repeat. Survive. You sit in the grass, sipping slowly, letting the heat chase the chill from your fingers. Nearby, someone retells a story about a man who ate nothing but moss for a month and swore it gave him visions of the gods. Another woman mutters that the man also walked straight into a tree and married a fence post. The debate continues. No one really cares about the facts. It's the storytelling that feeds them. And that's the thing about Viking meals. They're not just about food. They're about who made it, where it came from, how long it took, and what it cost. Every bite is tied to a story. Sometimes a family, sometimes a frost, sometimes a fight over the last onion. You finish your broth, run your thumb along the inside of the bowl to catch the last drop and lick it clean. There are no napkins. There is no shame. The wind picks up again, a cold gust that makes you tuck your cloak tighter. You're reminded that winter isn't far. It never is. Breakfast is over. The food is gone. The fire is dimming. But the warmth lingers, in the belly, in the shared silence, in the crackle of wood, and the quiet nods between people who all chewed the same flavour of hardship and kept going. You head back toward the longhouse, one last bite of flatbread in your pocket, a reminder that tomorrow's meal is never promised, only prepared for. By now, the day is fully unfolded, grey and wide and filled with the sort of chill that sneaks through your cloak and settles deep in your bones like an uninvited ghost. The morning's warmth, such as it was, has faded. What remains is the heavy, lingering fullness of smoke, damp wool, and whatever passed for breakfast. Your belly isn't satisfied exactly, but it's no longer begging. That's good enough. You're back inside the longhouse, standing near the hearth, your boots steaming slightly from the wet ground. There's no insulation, no luxury, just one fire and a whole lot of people trying to exist around it. Smoke rises in lazy spirals toward the thatched roof beams, darkening the ceiling over decades. You'd swear the wood itself remembers every meal, every sigh, every whispered story. The fire is quieter now, coals glowing, licking the underside of a blackened iron pot that holds the remnants of a barley stew. You stir it with the long-handled spoon. It sticks slightly to the bottom, probably overcooked, probably salvageable. You scrape gently, adding a splash of water to thin it. That's the key to Viking cuisine. Stretch everything, even when there's barely anything to stretch. Someone passes behind you and slips a wedge of coarse rye bread into your hand. It's dense, dry, and tastes like earth and elbow grease. Still, you tear a corner off, dunk it in the warm stew and chew slowly. The broth helps. So does the silence. This is what breakfast looks like for the second wave of eaters, those who worked through the first round, who forgot or couldn't stop, who show up late with tired hands and sharper hunger. You see a woman enter with a bundle of firewood stacked in her arms and damp hair curling around her face. She nods at you and drops the wood near the hearth, then grabs a bowl without speaking. You ladle her a portion and hand it over. In exchange, she pulls a soft cloth from her satchel. Inside, a hunk of goat cheese wrapped in moss. She breaks it in two and hands you a piece. It's sharp, firm, and crumbles easily between your fingers. The taste hits your tongue with a tangy punch that makes your eyes twitch a little. A good cheese, a rare cheese, one that didn't spoil in storage or get stolen by rats. This is practically currency. Historians still argue about the prominence of dairy in Viking diets. We know they kept cows, goats, and sheep, but just how often fresh milk or cheese made it to the table, especially at breakfast, is debated. Some say dairy was seasonal. Others argue it was ubiquitous, but quickly soured without preservation methods. In your world, you take it when you can. Today, you're lucky. Outside, a horn blows. Once, short and low. You pause mid-chew. That's not a warning. That's a signal. A trader has returned. Maybe with fish. Maybe with spices. Maybe with nothing but news. You set your bowl down, pocket the remaining bread, and move quickly toward the door. By the time you step into the cold again, a small crowd has already gathered at the village edge. The trader dismounts from a tired-looking horse, his cart rattling behind him, covered in wool cloth and frost. You weave through the people to see what he's brought. He pulls back the cloth slowly, dramatically. He's done this before. Inside, you see what you didn't expect. Dried apples, a bundle of wild herbs tied with twine, a handful of tiny shriveled plums, and most shockingly, peppercorns. The crowd murmurs. You could feed 10 people for a week with the trade value of that one small pouch of black spice. Pepper here is more precious than gold. It's not grown in your lands. It's bought, carried, risked, smuggled, and treasured. No one in your village has had it in months. You eye the apples instead. They're smaller than your fist, wrinkled from age but fragrant. Their skins a patchwork of green and red. One of the elders steps forward and trades a woven blanket for a few of them. Another offers fish skins. You search your pockets and pull out a rabbit's foot charm. Worthless to some, priceless to others. The trader looks at it, then at you. He nods and hands you one apple. You bite into it immediately. The skin gives way with a crisp snap, the inside still soft despite the age. It's tart, juicy and real, not dried, not mashed, not boiled. A whole fruit, eaten raw and fresh, in the middle of a northern winter. It's breakfast, reborn. You walk back to the longhouse, chewing slowly, as if trying to stretch time with every bite. Inside, someone's telling a story. Something about a man who swallowed a pine cone and dreamed of the future. You don't know if it's a cautionary tale or a recipe. Probably both. You sit again, near the fire. The apple is gone now. Just a memory on your tongue and a seed in your palm. You tuck the seed into a crack in the wall. Maybe it'll grow. Probably it won't. But Vikings are stubborn. You never throw away the idea of something growing. Across the room, a boy asks for more stew. His mother scoops some, muttering about how there's no salt left. You reach into your pouch and offer her a tiny pinch from a wrapped leaf you'd forgotten was there. She stares. She smiles. She nods. And just like that, breakfast lives on. Because in this world, breakfast is more than food. It's ritual, it's trade, it's memory, and it's kindness, passed around like bread that never quite goes stale. You close your eyes for a moment, listening to the fire, the spoons, the quiet laughter. The day still holds labour, and your hands will ache by nightfall. But for now, you've eaten, you've shared, you've survived the cold with something warm in your belly and something sweet on your tongue, and for one brief moment in this life of rough boots, rougher bread and roughest luck, you are full. The embers in the hearth glow gently as the smoke thins and climbs toward the smoke hole like a whisper rising into the gods' ears. You sit by the fire, your bowl empty, but your fingers still warm from holding it. There's a kind of silence that follows breakfast in the Viking world, not because people are resting, but because everyone is calculating the next step, the next task, the next bite they'll need to earn. Your cloak is still damp around the hem, and your tunic smells faintly of cheese, wood smoke and boiled onions, but that's everyone's perfume here. You blend right in. A few others linger nearby, finishing off the last ladles of oat stew or scraping crust from blackened bread with knives that look more like heirlooms than kitchen tools. You glance down at your boots, stitched leather, patched and repatched, until the original colour is a mystery. You shift one foot and feel the telltale squish of damp straw inside. Ah yes, morning comfort, Viking style. You make a mental note to change the straw later. You won't. You'll forget until your foot starts to smell like fermented trout. The children are done eating, which means chaos resumes. One small boy runs by carrying a ladle like a sword. Behind him, two girls are fighting over a crust of bread they've decided looks like a dragon. The bread screams as it's torn in half. You're not sure which is louder, the crust or the dramatics. It's hard to describe what breakfast feels like in a world like this. Not comforting exactly, not satisfying in the way a modern stack of pancakes or a cinnamon roll might be, but necessary, centering, like a candle in a storm, barely enough but still something. You get up slowly, joints popping, and stretch toward the rafters. Somewhere behind you an old man begins singing, a gravelly tune about Thor stealing a giant's goat and then trying to cook it in a pot too small. It ends with the goat exploding. You've heard it before, but the delivery is still flawless. You head outside again, and the sun, though pale and reluctant, offers a little light. The wind has changed direction. That matters, because today's chores include salting fish, preparing traps, and, if the wind favours it, mending nets on the beach. You're hoping for beach duty. Fewer splinters, better stories. As you make your way through the village, you spot a woman crouching over a pot of something brown and bubbling. She stirs with the focus of a general planning battle. You ask what it is. She says, "Breakfast for tomorrow." You nod solemnly, even though it smells like defeat mixed with hope. That's pottage for you. Pottage, Viking culinary innovation in its most honest form. It's less of a dish and more of an ongoing edible experience. Grains, roots, old stew, newer stew, berries, scraps of meat, boiled water, and desperation all thrown into one cauldron and left to simmer endlessly. Each day it changes. Each bite is a gamble. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's chewy sadness. But the pot never stops. It's fed and refed. It's a communal anchor. Something constant in a world where weather, war, and illness can change everything by nightfall. It's breakfast, dinner, and sometimes punishment, depending on who's cooking. You walk down the path toward the shoreline, passing a group of elders seated on logs. They sip from wooden cups and talk about the past like it's a saga worth repeating. One of them waves you over and offers a crust of bread slathered in something greyish and shiny. "Lard," he says, "with onion. From yesterday." You hesitate. He raises one bushy eyebrow. Good for strength, bad for breath. You nod and take it. The bread crunches. The lard coats your tongue like edible candle wax. The onion burns going down. And somehow it's not terrible. Historians still argue whether Vikings ate 2 or 3 meals per day. Some say it was breakfast and dinner only. Others suggest that grazing or snacking between chores was common. But the truth is, you eat when you can. You eat what you can. And if someone hands you lard bread, you say thank you and chew. Down by the boats, the wind's picked up. You're not surprised. The gods love to toy with you when you're trying to dry anything. Nets flap, the tide slaps the shore, and gulls scream as if they know secrets you never will. You sit on a rock and help mend one of the fishing nets. The cord is rough in your hands, but familiar. You fall into rhythm, loop, pull, tighten. Nearby, someone begins humming. Another replies with a short verse. Soon you're all singing something low and slow, a tune about a fish so big it swallowed the moon and gave birth to a village. You work, you sing, and eventually someone passes around a shared pouch of dried apples soaked in weak mead. You each take a piece. Yours is sticky, sweet, and tart. It softens your breath. It softens your mood. And just like that, breakfast returns. Not as a meal, but as a moment. In the sting of sea air. In the scratch of rope on your palm. In the piece of dried fruit passed hand to hand like a blessing. You realise something. The Viking day doesn't have a second breakfast. It is one. Stretched across hours. Broken into pieces. Heated by fire, softened by friendship, seasoned with survival. You finish your task and walk back to the longhouse. Inside, the fire's been stirred again. A pot is back on the coals. You smell barley, salt, and maybe, just maybe, a hint of dried meat. Tomorrow's breakfast begins today. You sit by the hearth once more. The smoke clings to your hair. Your fingers are stiff. But there's a bowl warming on the fire, a story waiting to be told, and a half loaf of bread in your pouch. You are a Viking. You are tired. You are itchy. But you are fed. The fire snaps softly behind you. Its heat a gentle nudge against your back as you rest once again on the same low wooden bench, worn smooth by generations of weary thighs. You roll your shoulders slowly, listening to the familiar creak of tired joints wrapped in too many layers of wool. The longhouse is quieter now. Most have drifted into their daily tasks, leaving only the fire tenders, a couple of sleepy toddlers, and a few older villagers who've earned the right to move slowly. You, unfortunately, are not one of them. You've earned the right to clean bowls. A large basin rests beside you, full of cold water fetched from the stream before the frost crusted its banks. The bowls, wooden, battered, stained from years of barley and goat stew, are stacked nearby like a sad reminder that Viking meals are generous in flavour and stingy in clean-up plans. You dip the first one into the basin and scrub it with a handful of moss. There is no soap. There are no suds. There's just cold water, determination, and the hope that no one got creative with the fermented fish again. You scrub, you rinse, you scrape something unidentifiable from the rim and toss it into the hearth with a muttered prayer. One of the elders ambles over with a cup in hand. She watches your cleaning method, then grunts approval. She sets down her cup and pulls from her cloak a small cloth bundle, unfolding it with care. Inside, a palm-sized round of dried berries mashed with honey and pressed into shape like a primitive energy bar. She breaks off a piece and hands it to you. You take it with a bow of thanks and a tight smile, your mouth too cold for full expression. The bite is sticky and rich. Sweetness clings to your teeth. Your eyes water slightly. This is real luxury. Not because it's elaborate, but because it didn't have to be shared. And it was. You continue scrubbing bowls. She hums beside you, slow and steady. A tune you don't know, but that feels ancient. It mixes with the hiss of firewood, the occasional sneeze from a nearby child, and the wind whispering against the roof. You think about the next meal. You always think about the next meal. That's the truth of Viking eating. The moment breakfast ends, the question begins. What's next? Because hunger doesn't pause just because you already boiled every barley grain into mush and shared your last smear of goat cheese with someone who helped you pull a splinter the size of a dagger from your heel. Historians sometimes glamorize Viking feasts, those great halls filled with roasted meat and song. And those happened, sure, on holy days, after raids, during weddings. But for most, for the everyday people like you, food was daily labour, daily prayer, daily gamble. It wasn't glory, it was grit. You finish the last bowl, your hands raw and pink from the cold. You dry them on your cloak and rise slowly, knees crackling like old kindling. The elder smiles, wraps the rest of her berry treat and returns to her seat by the hearth. You watch her a moment longer, then head outside again. The air bites your face, not hard, not cruel, just enough to remind you it's in charge. You walk down to the storage hut where food is kept. Dried meats, root vegetables, fermented cabbages, sour milk sealed in clay pots. The door creaks open with a sound like a groan from the gods. Inside, the air smells sharp and sour. You love it anyway. You check the stock. Not because you're in charge, but because it's comforting to count things you can't control. 3 sacks of barley, 2 jars of turnip mash, 1 sad bundle of onions, a slab of smoked mutton that looks like it was hacked off a particularly muscular ghost. It'll do. You grab a small burlap pouch and collect a few dried apples for later. You pause, then take 2 more. 1 for the girl who sang to the chicken earlier, 1 for the man who gave you the reindeer scrap. Breakfast is a chain, and you're just the next link. On your way back, you pass a group preparing for a journey. They're packing dried bread, salted fish, strips of dried beef that could double as roofing material. One of them holds up a small flask and shakes it. The rattle inside tells you it's full of ale. Probably weak, probably sour, definitely better than water. You watch them a moment. The way they check straps, count bundles, nod to one another. Even the dogs seem to understand the stakes. Food on the road is harder. You eat what you carry, and what you carry had better not rot or freeze or attract bears. Travelling Viking style? That's just breakfast with motion sickness and mud. You head back to the longhouse. Inside, a few people are gathered near the fire again. Not eating, planning. A woman speaks quietly about the coming frost. A man mutters about the barley not stretching far enough. A third just stares into the flames like they owe him answers. You sit quietly nearby, letting their words pass over you. The same themes, the same rhythms. We need more. We have enough. For now. We'll find a way. And beneath all that, unspoken but always present, we've survived worse. Someone pulls a new pot into the fire circle. The water starts to boil. A handful of oats are tossed in. Bits of wild garlic. A thumb-sized hunk of dried pork. The beginnings of the next meal. Breakfast again, but tomorrow's this time. You help slice the pork, your knife steady even if your hands are tired. Each slice is thin, almost transparent. It has to be. This meat might need to stretch for 3 pots, 3 days, 3 dozen hungry mouths. No one complains. Everyone understands. Viking food isn't about fullness, it's about fairness. And yet, even here, there's joy. You see it in the old man who adds a sprig of herbs to the pot and grins like a child. You hear it in the laughter when the toddler burps loud enough to scare a chicken. You feel it in the warmth of the bench beside the fire, still holding the heat from someone who sat there before you. Breakfast may be finished for today, but the spirit of it, the sharing, the scraping, the stirring and savouring, is never truly done. You lean back, hands resting on your knees. You think about everything you've eaten, the reindeer, the laird bread, the sweet honey smear, the taste of barley that never leaves, and you think about everything you haven't eaten, but might. And in this strange, smoky stillness, you smile, because here, in this place, in this body, in this aching, itchy, frost-bitten life, you are fed. You are full enough. You are part of the story. And tomorrow, you'll start again. The fire has dimmed again, now glowing soft and low, more ember than flame. Someone leans in with a piece of birch bark and coaxes it gently back to life, blowing slow and steady, like they're whispering secrets into a dragon's nose. Sparks catch, flame blooms. The pot begins to simmer. You're watching from your usual spot on the floor, legs crossed, shoulders hunched beneath your wool cloak. You don't move much now. You don't need to. Breakfast is over, the next meal is still a few hours away, and for once no one is asking you to fetch water or hold a goat still for reasons that are never fully explained. You roll a piece of leather between your fingers, idly patching a tear in your boot with a dull bone needle. It's a quiet moment, rare, fleeting, and fragile. The kind you try not to look at too hard in case it vanishes out of spite. In the background, a man is telling a story. It's about a great feast hall in the sky, where warriors eat roast boar that regenerates every night, drink from overflowing horns of mead, and wake each day without hangovers or guilt. Valhalla, he says, the place where breakfast never ends and meat falls from the sky like rain. The children's eyes grow wide. One of them asks if they serve pottage there. The man looks offended. The truth is, most people here have never had a true feast. Not the kind with roasted meat, spiced mead, and more than one type of bread. Feasts are for weddings, war victories, and rich jarls who can afford to feed more than just their immediate household. For the rest of you, breakfast is boiled oats, dried fish, and bread so dense it could legally qualify as a blunt weapon. And yet, even without abundance, you make it matter. You remember the mornings when food was even scarcer, when you drank only thin cabbage broth and gnawed on bark bread so bitter it made your eyes sting. You remember watching a neighbour cry as they stirred barley with a spoon worn down to a splinter, not from sadness, but from sheer, exhausted relief that there was something to stir. Viking breakfasts aren't rich, they're real. Today's pot bubbles softly, and the smell fills the longhouse with something vaguely nourishing. Barley, leeks, dried herbs, maybe a scrap of dried seal meat if you're lucky. You help yourself to a small bowl. The consistency is familiar. The flavour? Not important. It's hot. That's all that matters. You glance over and see an older man sitting beside the door, legs stretched out, a half-carved spoon resting in his lap. He's chewing slowly on a piece of hard cheese and staring into the smoke like it's telling him his past. You nod. He nods back. That's an entire conversation. Someone walks in with a new bundle of roots. Dirty, knobby things that look like something a forest coughed up. You help clean them, scraping mud and tiny stones away with the edge of your knife. They'll be sliced into the pot soon, boiled until soft, then swallowed without ceremony. Root stew is a step above starvation. 2 steps if you add wild onion. As you work, a teenage boy brings in a basket of eggs. Small, speckled, still warm, a rare find. Someone must have followed the hens farther than usual this morning. He will stare like he's just returned with gold. The boy puffs his chest a little. One woman claps him on the shoulder and immediately pockets 3 for herself. The eggs will be cracked into the porridge later, one by one, stretching the illusion of wealth just a bit further. For a moment the room buzzes with the energy of possibility. Maybe a thicker stew, maybe fried over the fire on a flat stone, sprinkled with crushed salt and the tiniest hint of ash for flavour. Historians often ask, were Viking meals ever good? And the answer is complicated. Good, here, doesn't mean variety. It doesn't mean seasoning. It doesn't mean sweetness or sauces or even full stomachs. It means sharing the last spoonful of goat milk with someone who helped dig your fence out of the snow. It means crushing dried herbs into your bread dough to mask the taste of mould. It means stirring the pot just a little longer so that the chewy barley becomes something close to soft. You finish with the roots, wipe your hands on your cloak, and settle again near the fire. The longhouse has grown louder now. More people are drifting in. The next pot of food will be for lunch, though no one uses that word. It's just when we eat again. The pot is passed around and you take another scoop. This time it's thicker, heartier. Someone added dried apple. Someone else snuck in a spoonful of wild honey. You recognise the taste immediately. Sweet, warm, completely unexpected. You look up, trying to guess who's responsible. No one confesses. It doesn't matter. It was a gift, and it worked. As you eat, the elder near the hearth begins a new tale. This one about a girl who cooked so well, her stew brought peace between warring clans. One taste, and even the bloodthirstiest berserker dropped his axe. The children laugh. The adults, they listen more carefully, because if food can end a fight, even once, then maybe breakfast is holy. You eat the last bite slowly, letting it linger. You don't get sweetness often. When you do, you remember it. The bowl clinks softly as you set it aside. Someone picks it up and washes it with a handful of moss and cold water. The cycle continues. You lean your head back against the wall, stomach warm, body sore but not empty, and you think, not for the first time, that maybe the gods don't live in the sky. Maybe they live here, in the coals of the hearth, in the steam rising from a shared bowl, in the silence after the last sip of broth, in a place where breakfast isn't just something you eat, it's something you become. The bowl is empty again, scraped clean with a crust of rye bread that's more splinter than slice. Your fingers are sticky with what little fat melted from the surface of the pottage. The longhouse smells like every meal you've ever had. Smoke, boiled barley, a hint of fish, and a whisper of something sweet that no one will admit came from last year's pickled pears. You stretch your legs out toward the hearth. The flames are lower now, slow and steady, licking at a pot whose contents are gently bubbling. Tomorrow's breakfast already exists in theory, simmering itself into being before you've even considered sleep. That's how Viking meals work. Each one is tied to the next, like beads on a string that can never break. Not if you want to survive. The light is fading. Through the smoke hole, the sun is just a pink smear behind a wall of clouds. Snowflakes drift lazily down from the eaves outside. The wind howls, soft at first, then louder, as if annoyed that anyone's still awake. It squeezes through the gaps in the thatch, nipping at your ears, tugging at your cloak. You tug it tighter and hunch forward. Around you, others are doing the same. The longhouse is settling. People speak in lower tones. Tools are put away. Cloaks are shaken out and layered over shoulders and knees. One of the toddlers has fallen asleep sitting upright, a wooden spoon still clutched in one hand like a tiny heroic warrior who passed out mid-battle. No one wakes her. In the corner, someone begins to hum. The tune is low and winding like a river under ice. It's a song you've heard before, something about the sun being born from the belly of a wolf. The words don't matter. It's the rhythm that holds you, rocks you, settles something deep in your bones. You rise slowly and make your way toward the back of the longhouse, near the storage shelves. There, dried goods are stacked in bundles and sacks. You reach for one of the barley bags and give it a gentle squeeze. Still plenty, though not as much as last month. That's how it always goes this time of year. The stores shrink, the sky lowers, the days stretch longer, darker and leaner. You open the bag and scoop a handful of the grains. Cold, dry, rough against your skin. They're not beautiful. They're not even particularly tasty, but they are reliable. Barley doesn't let you down unless you forget to watch the pot and let it stick to the bottom. And even then, you eat it anyway. Crunchy porridge builds character and possibly dental injuries. You pour the barley into a clay bowl, cover it with a cloth, and set it near the fire for tomorrow's pot. This is your rhythm now, feeding the pot before it's needed, preparing for hunger before it arrives. In the Viking world, that's not caution, that's survival. You glance around and catch the eye of an older man reclining on a bed of furs. He's chewing slowly on a piece of toasted bread, topped with what looks like sour cream and pickled herring. He raises his chunk of bread in salute, as if to say, "It's disgusting. I'm eating it anyway." You raise your empty bowl in return. He grins. That's the thing about meals here. They're rarely delicious, but they're always meaningful. Each one is a small victory. Not because it was gourmet, but because it existed at all. Because the fire burned, the pot boiled, the grain didn't spoil, and someone remembered to salt the fish. You've eaten worse. You probably will again, but not tonight. Outside, the wind whistles louder. Someone shoves a rolled-up hide against the base of the door to keep the draft from lifting the hair on everyone's necks. It helps, slightly. People begin to nest. Furs are spread, cloaks wrapped, boots pulled off and tucked near the fire in a semicircle of steaming leather. You take your spot, same as always, against a support post near the back wall. Just close enough to feel the heat, just far enough that you won't be stepped on when someone gets up in the dark to relieve themselves in the frozen corner bucket. You settle in. The girl beside you breaks a small chunk of dried apple and hands you half. You nod. She shrugs. You both chew. It's tough, but the taste cuts through the smoke and ash in your mouth like a song you forgot you loved. Tart, sweet, real. You think about all the different kinds of food that have passed through your hands, the things you've harvested, traded, scavenged, the salted cod, the fermented turnips, the meat of a bird so skinny it was basically wing and attitude. Each one fed you. Each one is a line in the unbroken story of how you're still breathing. Historians like to talk about what Vikings feasted on, but they rarely talk about what you endured, what you learned to cook because it was there, what you invented out of boredom and desperation, how you survived entire seasons with nothing but pottage and prayer, how you came to appreciate every bite that didn't kill you, and how somehow even the worst meals bonded you to your people tighter than any oath ever could. A boy on the other side of the fire starts to recite a poem. His voice cracks mid-line. His sister elbows him. He recovers. The poem is about a fish that became a king. Everyone claps at the end. Not because it was good, but because he had the courage to tell it. More bowls are washed. More mouths wiped. A snore echoes from the far end. Someone lets out a long, satisfied sigh. You look at the fire. It's smaller now, dimming. You know you should sleep soon, but first, you pull your cloak tighter and stare into the coals, thinking of the meals that came before, the ones you cooked, the ones you dropped. The one time you tried to make stew and nearly poisoned the whole longhouse with wild mushrooms that looked friendly and were most definitely not. You think of the feast you want someday: warm bread, thick honey, soft cheese, roasted roots, and a boiled egg so perfect it makes you cry. But tonight, you're grateful for what you had. A hot bowl, a sweet apple slice, and someone to share both with. Breakfast is over, the day is ending, but the hunger will come again, and you'll be ready. Because you know what to do with barley and bones and silence. You know how to start with nothing and make something warm. You know how to feed not just the body, but the story. And in the Viking world, that's everything. The longhouse has dimmed to little more than flickering firelight and the low hum of sleep-laced breathing. You're still awake, curled on your side near the hearth, the warmth against your back ebbing and flowing like a lazy tide. Around you, the rest of the village has fallen into that communal half-sleep of the Norse winter night, when nobody's truly comfortable, but everyone is at least still breathing. Outside, the snow is falling now, silent and steady. You can hear it through the roof. In that muffled, magical way, snow makes the world quieter without asking permission. It patters softly against the walls, sinks into the mossy thatch above, and turns the wind into a whisper rather than a roar. Inside, the fire pops as a log settles and splits, sending up a scatter of red sparks that briefly illuminate the rafters above, where dried herbs hang like upside-down trophies of warmer seasons. You're not sleeping because you don't want to, not yet. Your belly still holds the remnants of tonight's strange steaming porridge, a thick blend of barley, dried apple, and something savoury you still haven't identified. The cook said it was cured fish. You're not convinced. But it was hot. It was shared. It stayed down. These are the three tenets of a successful Viking meal. Across the fire, a boy tosses in his furs, whimpering softly through a dream. His mother stirs, hums a low tune under her breath, and drapes another cloak over him. The song has no words anymore. Maybe it once did. Now it's just melody and memory, the kind passed down through bowls and bread more than through books. You listen for a while, half lost in the rhythm. You reach into your belt pouch and find it still there. Your secret final ration. A piece of flatbread folded around a smear of goat cheese and a sliver of smoked reindeer. You'd saved it all day, tucked away from eager hands and growing appetites, telling yourself you'd eat it if the day went badly, or if it went well, or if it simply went. Now it's late. The bread is cold, the cheese is sharp, the meat dry and salty. You chew slowly, eyes closed. It's your private feast in the darkness, your own pocket-sized banquet. And it tastes better than anything you've had in days. This moment, more than anything, feels sacred. Not because the food is special, it isn't, but because of how long you've waited to eat it, because of how you've earned it, bite by bite, task by task, cold, morning by colder evening. That's the Viking way. Food is not just consumed, it's built, brick by brick. Firewood chopped, stew stirred, barley ground, bread baked, and mouths fed. And then, only then, if there's anything left, you eat. You lean back against the log behind you, chewing as the warmth spreads across your chest. You know you'll sleep soon, and tomorrow will be no easier than today. Maybe harder. The firewood is running low, the root cellar is damp, a storm is due, if the ache in your knees means what it usually does. But for now, your belly is warm. Your cloak smells like ash and bread. And no one is asking anything of you for once. You listen to the sounds around you, not the roar of feasting halls or the clash of mead mugs like the sagas tell you, but the real soundtrack of Viking night. A baby snoring, an elder muttering in their sleep, a log hissing as snowmelt drips into the coals, the crack of someone's elbow as they roll over too fast. These aren't heroic, but they are home. Historians talk about the glory of Viking meals, the grand feasts with overflowing horns and roast animals turned on spits, as skalds bellow poetry into smoky rafters. But they don't talk enough about this. The meals that happen in silence, in darkness, in corners of the world where survival is the only thing on the menu. You glance toward the hearth. There's a pot suspended above the coals, emptied but not forgotten. Inside, a skin of cooled porridge clings to the walls. Someone will scrape it off tomorrow, reheat it, thin it with water, and stretch it into another meal. And you'll eat it, and you'll be grateful. That's what breakfast means here. Not eggs and coffee and fluffy pancakes, but survival, cleverly disguised as porridge and hard bread and tea that tastes suspiciously like boiled tree bark. You curl up tighter beneath your cloak, your body finally beginning to ease. Someone's footsteps shuffle past you, soft, careful. A woman, wrapped in wool from chin to toe, tucks another log into the fire, stokes it with a crooked iron poker, then returns to her place in the shadows. She says nothing. She doesn't need to. That single act, fueling the hearth, is worth 100 words. Because here, fire is food. Fire is life. Fire is breakfast before it becomes breakfast. The warmth washes over you again. And in the haze between waking and sleep, your mind drifts. Not to battlefields or longships or gods, but to food, to the next morning, to the rituals that bind this house together. You picture someone rising early, rubbing their eyes, stumbling toward the hearth and lifting the lid on the pot. You imagine the hiss of water hitting old oats, the scrape of a spoon, the first swirl of steam curling toward the rafters. That's how the day begins. Not with song, not with war, but with barley. You hope someone adds berries, or salt, or the rest of that dried goat if it hasn't turned yet. You'll eat it, whatever it is. You always do. You always will. Because that's the truth no saga bothers to sing. Every Viking warrior, every housewife, every skald and seafarer, every child born into frost and smoke, lives and dies between bowls of breakfast. You close your eyes. The world fades. The wind hums louder, then quieter. Your hand, still sticky with crumbs, curls beneath your chin. You dream of warm bread, of sweetness, of mornings where hunger waits its turn, and if the gods are kind when you wake, there will be a fire still burning, and something left in the pot. Morning comes not like a whisper but like a boot to the ribs, literally. You grunt and roll over, peeling open one eye just in time to see a pair of bare, muddy feet shuffle past. A kid chasing a chicken again, probably. The bird lets out a squawk of protest, flapping across the packed dirt floor with all the grace of a pillow fight. No one else moves. It's too early to be impressed. You blink the sleep from your eyes and pull your cloak up to your chin. The longhouse is already stirring, not with loud commands or the clang of breakfast pans, but in the subtler ways of winter survival. A cough from one corner, the soft clink of a ladle against a pot, the unmistakable thump of someone falling off a haybed and deciding not to get back up. Outside, the sky's a grey sheet, like someone forgot to paint the dawn. A soft snow falls, carried sideways by a breeze cold enough to find the gaps in your clothing that you didn't even know existed. Inside, the fire is barely awake, low embers glowing orange like sleepy eyes, waiting to be stoked. Someone's beat you to it. A figure crouches over the hearth, shoulders hunched, feeding in twigs with the patience of someone who's done this 1,000 times, and will do it 1,000 more. You rise slowly, bones stiff, joints popping. Your breath fogs in the air. You slept in your boots again. There's a dampness in one sock that says a rat either licked your foot or you stepped in something unholy yesterday. You decide not to investigate. At the hearth, the first pot of the day is already underway. You shuffle closer, rubbing your arms, trying to steal a bit of the heat. It's a barley base again, of course. No one says it, but everyone knows. There's a tired sort of respect for barley in the Viking world. It might not be exciting, but it never betrays you. It's the friend who shows up, even if it's wearing yesterday's shirt and has a smell you can't quite name. You take a turn stirring. The grains clump, sticking to the spoon. You add a bit of water, a pinch of salt, a handful of chopped root vegetables from the basket near the hearth. Turnip, carrot, maybe something more mysterious. You hesitate, then toss in a sliver of dried meat you had tucked in your belt pouch. A small offering. A gamble. The cook gives you a grunt of approval. Around you, the others begin to stir in earnest. Boots slap the floor. Blankets are folded badly. Someone curses at a twisted ankle from sleeping crooked. Someone else finds a beet under their bed mat and takes it as a sign of good luck. A toddler is crying into a piece of wood he insists is a spoon. No one corrects him. As the pot begins to bubble, the smell rises. Steam laced with the earthy scent of barley, the sweetness of root veg, the salt of meat, and a faint smokiness from the logs below. You feel your stomach growl and suddenly realise how cold you are, how hungry. Breakfast isn't ready, but you're already grateful. The line forms naturally. There are no orders, no announcements, just a slow drift toward the fire, bowls in hand. The bowl is yours, literally. It has your initials carved in the bottom, a crack sealed with pitch, and a bit of last week's stew that may now qualify as an archaeological layer. You don't mind, it's your bowl. It's part of your body at this point. The first ladles go to the elders, then the children, then the hunters. You wait your turn. When your moment comes, the ladle dips into the thick centre of the pot. The cook doesn't give you the watery top, you're trusted. You get the good part, the bits with the meat. You take your bowl and sit by the wall, back against the post, knees up, hands cupped around the heat like it's treasure. The first bite is everything. It's hot, savoury, satisfying in that way only Viking food can be. Rough around the edges, but honest. The barley is soft, but not mushy. Not. The meat has soaked up just enough broth to chew without risk of dental collapse. And the root vegetables, somehow sweet, tender, alive. You eat slowly, letting the warmth soak in. Each spoonful is a victory, not in the heroic sense, just in the you made it another day kind of way. It's not flashy, but it matters. Someone sits beside you, nods, and hands you a crust of toasted bread. You trade a slice of carrot for it. No words are exchanged. You chew in sync. That's community. Breakfast continues around you, not loudly, not with fanfare, but with a shared reverence. People pass salt, split apples, laugh softly at inside jokes too old to explain. One woman tells a story about how her uncle tried to cook porridge using a sword as a spoon. The porridge won. Everyone chuckles. A boy walks in from outside, cheeks pink, hands frozen. He dumps a small sack of wild onions onto the floor. He looks proud. The cook looks annoyed, then grateful. The onions go into the next pot. This is the Viking rhythm. A bite here, a bowl there. Something traded. Something remembered. Each meal linked to the next. Each scrap of food a bookmark in the long, long saga of survival. Historians debate whether breakfast in Viking society was formal or scattered. Some say it was a planned, seated affair. Others believe it was a rolling process. Eat when you wake, when you're done, when you're hungry. What's clear is that breakfast wasn't about abundance. It was about warmth, endurance, and sharing whatever you had with the people still standing beside you when the snow came down hard. You finish your bowl, you scrape it clean with the crust, you lick the crust. No shame, nothing wasted. You pass the bowl to a young girl with a sponge of moss. She washes it in a basin of cold water, then hands it back with a grin missing 3 teeth. You grin back, 2 teeth stronger. Someone taps your shoulder. It's time to help salt the fish brought in yesterday. You stand slowly, stretch your back and glance at the empty pot. It will be filled again soon. More barley, more roots. Maybe a pinch of dried fruit if someone's lucky. But for now, breakfast has ended, and the day begins. You step outside into the morning with the kind of deliberate slowness only a Viking winter allows. Calculated, braced, ready to be punched in the face by wind. And sure enough, it greets you with a gust that slithers down your cloak and up your sleeves like 1,000 frozen fingers. You pull your hood tighter and squint at the horizon. The village looks like it's been dipped in ash and powdered bone. Snow falls in slow spirals, coating everything in that hush that makes the world feel momentarily polite. The path to the smokehouse is slippery, a mixture of packed snow and frozen fish guts. You've walked it so many times your boots know it better than your brain. You pass a few early risers, one woman hauling a basket of turnips, 2 boys carrying a net that's half mended and entirely tangled, and an elder who looks like he's been chewing the same piece of jerky since last spring. As you near the low hut near the edge of the settlement, the smell hits you first. Salt, smoke, and meat. It's sharp, it's honest, and it curls into your lungs like a reminder of what real food costs. You duck inside, the heat of the smouldering fire soaking into your bones like warm broth. Thin trails of smoke rise from the coals and snake their way around the hanging racks, where strips of fish and slabs of reindeer sway slightly in the draught. You greet the man tending the fire with a nod. He doesn't speak. He gestures toward the salted cod that needs flipping. You roll up your sleeves and get to work. The work is repetitive. Flip, brush, check the smoke, adjust. But it's calming, predictable. In a world where raids, storms and sickness can snatch away your routine in an instant, the smokehouse is a sanctuary of monotony. The cod sizzles faintly as the outer layer dries. Some pieces curl at the edges. You press them flat, then move on. The smell sticks to your skin. You'll carry it all day. Someone brings in a tray of flatbread rounds, each smeared with a paste of ground lichen, onion and sour goat fat. It's not exactly the feast of the gods, but it's edible, and breakfast adjacent. You take one, bite in, and immediately regret it. The lichen is bitter. The fat is slippery. The onion is trying to kill you, but you chew anyway, eyes watering, pretending it's delicious. The man beside you does the same. You exchange a glance. Mutual suffering. Brotherhood. Historians still argue whether Vikings used herbs and plants for flavour or medicine. The answer is probably both. If it grows and doesn't poison you outright, into the pot it goes. Your people aren't picky, they're practical. Food is fuel. If it also has flavour, that's a bonus, like snow that doesn't stick to your eyebrows. You pause to stretch your back and glance through the open door. The snow has thickened. The children are building a snow fort near the grain store, using flat stones as shields and sticks as spears. They yell something about defending the last oatcake in the village. It's both a game and a very real historical threat. You smile, wipe your hands on your tunic and turn back to the fish. Later, someone brings a bowl of something warm. It's barley again, of course it is. But this time it's been boiled with sweet apples and a splash of weak mead. The result is soft, sticky, and nearly pleasant. You take a few slow bites, letting the warmth spread. The apples are sour, the mead barely there, but the sweetness hits just right. It reminds you of midsummer, of picking wild fruit barefoot, of the sun staying in the sky so long you forgot what darkness felt like. A woman near the door says she once had a breakfast of honeyed cheese and roasted goose. Everyone turns to look at her like she's claimed to have met Odin at the market. She shrugs. "Wedding feast," she says. They serve 3 kinds of bread. Gasps. One man faints. He doesn't, but he dramatically spills his tea. You remember your own rare feast, one New Year's morning years ago, when a trader from the east brought cinnamon and figs. You didn't even know what a fig was. It tasted like the sun had gotten lazy and turned itself into candy. You still dream of it sometimes. That's the thing with Viking food. There are the daily meals and there are the memories. They exist on 2 separate planes. Today's meal fills the belly. Yesterday's feast feeds the soul for years. You carry the taste of rare things longer than you carry the pain of hunger. You finish your apple barley mush and hand back the bowl. Someone else takes your place near the fire. You step outside again, breath fogging, hands slick with smoke and salt. The snow has slowed now, more dust than downpour. The children are tired. The fort is collapsing. One girl licks snow off a stone and declares it blander than usual. She's not wrong. You walk past the granary and pause to check the sacks. One's torn, rats again. You set to work patching the hole with strips of hide. It's fiddly work, but it keeps the grain dry and the bread less crunchy than nature intended. As you work, someone hands you a crust of that morning's loaf, still warm from sitting near the hearth. You nibble on it while sewing. It tastes of ash, salt, and barley. Everything here does. You've stopped minding. Breakfast lingers, not just in your mouth, but in your muscles, in the warmth in your chest, in the way people move a little easier now. The day still holds cold and chores and probably an argument about who left the axe in the snow. But for this moment, you're well. Not full, not content, but well. You finish patching the sack, you stand, you stretch. The air is sharper now, tinged with wood smoke and distant honey if you breathe deep enough and believe hard enough. A good day is unfolding, hard, cold, tiring, but good. And it all started with a bowl of barley and a bite of salted licking paste. Viking breakfast, in all its humble glory. The sun, if you can call it that, has climbed just high enough to lighten the sky to a dull grey. Not quite bright, not quite warm, just slightly less dark. In this part of the world, that's considered progress. You step away from the grain store, your hands still raw from sewing the rat-chewed sack. A few grains stick under your nails, an odd kind of trophy that says, "Today, you saved the bread." As you walk back toward the longhouse, the familiar scent of smoke and boiled barley drifts toward you. Again, it's always barley. Always. At this point, you suspect you're made of at least 40% barley. If someone cracked open your bones, they'd probably find a tiny oat farm inside. But despite the repetition, you're not resentful. There's comfort in knowing what to expect. You pass a woman carrying a ladle longer than her arm, muttering to herself about someone burning the bottom of the pot. Again. She's not angry, just resigned. Some people leave their mark on history. Others just keep leaving charred barley on the cookware. Inside the longhouse, things are warm and bustling. Bowls are being passed around. Children fight over the crustiest bit of bread. A man is slicing dried apples so thin they're practically see-through. A small fire has been lit in the side hearth to bake a fresh batch of flatbread. An ambitious move given the dwindling flour supply. You grab your bowl from the hook on the wall. It's still damp from the last wash, but you don't care. You step into line, waiting your turn. The cook, today it's an older woman with a braid so long it nearly brushes the floor, gives you a once-over. She scoops from the middle of the pot. Not the watery top, not the burned bottom. The good stuff. She likes you today. You sit near the hearth, bowl steaming in your lap. The first bite is familiar and comforting. Barley, a hint of dried onion, a sliver of fish so salty you pucker a little. But then something strange hits your tongue. Sweetness. You pause and look around. Others are reacting too. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. One child shouts, "They put honey in it!" You chew slower now, tasting carefully. It's true. Somewhere, somehow, someone managed to sneak in just enough honey to turn the porridge into a mild treat. It's not overpowering, just a soft echo of summer sunshine. You raise your spoon and silently salute the cook. Historians like to argue about whether Vikings had sugar. Technically they didn't. Not the way we think of it. But honey? That was gold. Not just for sweetness, but for medicine, for preservation, even for bartering. And on mornings like this, when the sky is stingy and the cold feels like punishment, a spoonful of honey in a pot of barley might as well be a banquet. A nearby elder takes a bite and lets out a low sigh, like his bones remember a midsummer feast from 50 years ago. A woman beside him chuckles and offers him a piece of dried plum. He breaks it in half and shares it back. This is Viking generosity. Not grand gestures, but small kindnesses passed hand to hand with no scorekeeping. You finish your bowl slowly, scraping the bottom to get every grain. A child tries to barter you out of your crust in exchange for a seashell. You consider it. It's a nice shell. Smooth, bluish, maybe from the fjord. But the crust is warm and golden and, rare moment, it's not even burnt. You shake your head. The child stomps off. The side hearth begins to crackle. Someone is trying to bake bread. You wander over, curious. The dough is rough and dense, flecked with crushed seeds and herbs. It smells like someone tried to make a loaf and accidentally invented medicine. But the cook smiles and shrugs. "Try it when it's warm," she says. "It always tastes better when your fingers are frozen." You help tend the fire while the bread bakes, rotating the flat stones, adjusting the heat, brushing ash off the edges. It's meticulous work, but it keeps your hands moving and your mind steady. And in a world where storms can trap you for days, and wolves sometimes scream in the night like lost men, steadiness is everything. Someone hands you a slice of the fresh bread. You bite in. It's earthy, slightly chewy. One seed gets stuck in your tooth, but it's warm, and it fills your chest with a kind of slow-burning hope. This is what breakfast becomes in the longhouse, a quiet act of defiance, against hunger, against cold, against time. You sit back down and rest your bowl beside you. The room is still humming, people finishing up, others heading out to their day's tasks. One man is prepping to go ice fishing. A pair of girls are arguing over who gets to feed the goats. An elder is trying to remember the last time someone dropped a pot and whether it caused the famine of 81. You stretch your legs, your body heavy with warmth and barley and a surprising amount of peace. This meal, like every other, has done its job. It hasn't dazzled, it hasn't delighted, but it has nourished. It has bound you together with the people around you. And it has reminded you that no matter how harsh the world gets, there will always be this, a fire, a pot, and a spoon. As the longhouse clears out and people scatter into the snow-dusted landscape, you stay a moment longer, watching the embers, listening to the last crackles, letting the smell of warm bread and sweetened porridge cling to your clothes. You rise slowly, your knees arguing with you. You grab your cloak, your knife, and your boots, then step into the cold once again. The wind greets you like an old rival. But now your belly is full. You're ready. You step out of the longhouse, your boots sinking just slightly into the snow. It's midday now, though you wouldn't know it from the light. The sky remains stuck in that pale winter hue, a dull, uncommitted grey, the kind of colour that makes it impossible to tell whether it's going to snow again, or just stay miserably cold for no good reason. But even with the dull sky and the frozen breath hanging in the air, there's movement. Life doesn't stop because the world outside the fire is cold and unfriendly. People carry baskets and tools. Dogs bark lazily at invisible enemies. The occasional caw of a raven echoes from the woods. And you? You've been sent on a mission. The food cellar needs checking. Again. It's not glamorous, but it matters. And in a world where half the work is keeping track of what hasn't yet rotted, moulded, frozen or walked away, it's a task worth doing right. You pull your cloak tighter around you and head toward the edge of the village, where the cellar door waits, half covered in snow and fully uninviting. The door creaks as you open it, dramatic, as if trying to remind you it's seen more winters than you've had breakfasts. You descend carefully into the dark, your boots finding narrow steps carved out long ago by someone with strong legs and no time for symmetry. Inside, the cellar is quiet. Not silent, though. You hear the occasional drip of melting snow, the creak of wooden beams, the rustle of a mouse or two who found a way in. Smells of old earth, dried herbs, salt, and the faint sourness of time. You light a tallow candle and begin your rounds. Hanging from hooks are the preserved meats, strips of dried reindeer, cured fish, and slabs of lamb wrapped tightly in cloth. You press a finger against one of the bundles. It's firm, still dry. Good. The salt is holding. You tug another down and unwrap a corner, sniffing for mould. It passes. You hang it back and move on. Below the meats, baskets of root vegetables sit covered in straw. You peel back the layers carefully. Onions with tiny green shoots, carrots growing hair, a turnip the size of your fist, soft on one side. You set that one aside. The rest? Usable. There's a small barrel of pickled cabbage in the far corner. You check the seal, then pop it open briefly. The smell nearly knocks you over. Sharp, vinegary, alive. You grin. It's perfect. It's strange to think that this dim, chilly storage pit is the heartbeat of your survival, but it is. The hearth might be where food is warmed, where it's shared, but the cellar is where it's guarded, treasured, counted. It's not glamorous, but it's sacred. You carry a basket of what you've gathered back toward the longhouse, arms full of vegetables, dried herbs, and a questionable apple you're going to pretend is still edible. The wind greets you with a slap to the face and you grit your teeth and trudge on. Inside the longhouse, the second meal of the day is underway. Not lunch exactly, just the next bowl. That's how meals work here. There's no schedule, just hunger and hot pots. The barley porridge is bubbling again, this time thickened with some of the dried vegetables you've just returned with. Someone's added wild thyme. The result smells faintly of hope. You drop the basket near the hearth and start helping without being asked. The cook grunts in acknowledgement but doesn't look up. You peel onions, eyes watering. You chop turnips, your hands cold and stiff. You stir the pot, watching the oats and roots soften, swirl, become something worth sharing. Someone hands you a chunk of dark bread. You eat it while standing, soaking up the heat from the hearth. It's dry, dense and barely flavoured, but it fills your mouth and settles in your stomach like a promise. This will get you through the next few hours. A group of children sits near the fire, listening to an elder tell a story about a sea serpent that swallowed an entire breakfast and then spat it back out just to demand more salt. The kids laugh. One of them snorts milk through their nose. You try not to. The longhouse buzzes with this low, steady energy, the kind that feels like everyone is moving in the same rhythm. Stir, eat, laugh, mend, repeat. Meals aren't events here, they're rituals, and breakfast never really ends, it just keeps evolving. You finish your bread and return to the pot. You check the consistency, add more water, more thyme, a pinch of salt. It's a process, one you could do in your sleep, which, considering your current energy levels, you just might. Historians often debate whether Viking meals were solitary or shared, whether each family kept to their corner or everyone gathered around a communal pot. You know the truth. It's both. People gather because food gathers them. They drift in, take what's hot, give what they have, and return to their chores, but always they eat together, even when they eat apart. The stew is ready now. You ladle out portions, you hand them to cold hands, to tired faces. You keep none for yourself until everyone has something. Then finally you sit down with your own bowl. You cradle it close. The steam fogs your face. You eat slowly. It's not exciting. It's not rich, but it's honest. Root vegetables, wild herbs, dried meat softened just enough to chew. You don't need more, you just need this. Beside you, someone asks if there's any dried berries left. Another pulls out a small pouch and shakes out 3 wrinkled cranberries into your hand. You chew them after the stew, your dessert, your luxury, your secret reminder that even in the leanest season, sweetness still exists. The fire crackles, the pot simmers, the wind howls, but you are warm, you are fed. You're surrounded by people who understand that in this world, food is never just food. It's effort, it's care, it's continuity. You lean back against the post behind you and close your eyes for a moment. You think of the cellar, of the stew, of the sour apple tucked in your cloak pocket for later, and you think, tomorrow's breakfast begins now. The day has stretched long and cold, and now, as evening settles over the longhouse like a heavy cloak, you can feel it. Deep in your bones, behind your eyes, under your ribs. It's the kind of tired that doesn't just beg for sleep, it demands it. But before rest, there is one more act of quiet devotion left, the final meal. You sit cross-legged near the fire, cloak wrapped around you, fingers tingling back to life after a long afternoon hauling water and checking stores. The pot over the hearth is bubbling again, thick and slow. You already know what's in it. You can tell by the smell. Barley, of course. A few knobs of dried root vegetable. Probably the same stew you've had for 3 days straight, just reincarnated with more water and whatever happened to be closest to the fire. Still, your mouth waters. That's the thing with food out here in the frozen edges of the world. It doesn't have to surprise you. It just has to show up. And this pot, it always shows up. You watch as the cook, a wiry old man with shoulders like splinters and a voice like gravel soaked in mead, gives the mixture one last stir. He doesn't taste it. He never does. He just knows. You don't know how. Maybe he measures by sound, by resistance, by some ancient Norse intuition handed down through generations of stew whisperers. Bowls are passed around, no announcements, no prayers, just hunger and habit. You take yours, still warm from the morning, and hold it close. It's cracked near the rim. You've had it for years. You once carved your name into the underside back when you still thought you'd grow tall enough to be a warrior. You didn't, but your appetite did. The stew hits your tongue with a familiar thud. Thick, starchy, just enough salt to keep your muscles from giving up. A piece of carrot clings to the side like it's trying to escape. You scoop it up, chew slowly, and let the warmth soak through your jaw. Around you, the longhouse moves in slow rhythm. No one rushes. No one speaks loudly. This meal is less about eating and more about winding down. A quiet thank you to the day. A way to say, we're still here, without needing to speak it out loud. A mother feeds her child, spooning tiny amounts into a sleepy mouth. An old woman leans against the wall, her eyes closed, her spoon moving on instinct. One of the dogs sniffs at a dropped crust of bread, then lays down beside it like that's a decision for tomorrow. You glance at your bowl. There's something sweet in it. An apple sliver, maybe. A rare treat. You chew slowly, trying to stretch the flavour. It tastes like memories. Like the harvest months. Like everything that isn't winter. Someone laughs, softly. Someone else tells a joke about a fisherman who tried to bake a trout into a loaf of bread. It ended badly for everyone involved, especially the trout. There's no punchline, just a shared moment. And in this place, that's more satisfying than wit. You finish your stew and set the bowl down gently. There's a ritual to this. You don't speak, you don't clap or cheer. You just hold the empty bowl for a moment, feel its weight, the heat that still lingers, the silence that follows. The fire pops, sending a halo of sparks into the low rafters. You lean back against the post behind you, pull your cloak tighter, and exhale. Your body is sore, your feet are cold, but your stomach is content, and that's enough. In the corner, someone's tuning a lyre. The strings are dull, the notes uneven, but the melody is soft, gentle. You let your head rest against the post and close your eyes just for a minute. You think of the day, the chores, the laughter, the bitter tea, the child who tried to trade you a frozen frog for a second helping of stew, and you think of tomorrow, of waking up, of that first bite of barley, of the way people always drift toward the fire as the day begins, still groggy, still yawning, bowls in hand, steam curling up into the ceiling like a prayer. Historians often ask what Vikings lived for. Was it conquest? Was it trade? Was it glory in battle? You know better. It was this. It was food, not feasts, not horns of mead and slabs of meat, not golden halls or roasted boar, but bowls of warm stew passed between cold hands, bread dipped into broth, with fingers that trembled not from fear but from frost. The act of sitting shoulder to shoulder and sharing what little there was. You hear the voice of an elder, low and gravelly, telling the younger ones about a time when the longhouse ran out of salt and someone tried to season the stew with seawater. It didn't go well, but they lived. That's the refrain. Not we feasted, but we lived. You open your eyes. The fire's lower now. The pot is nearly empty. One child is asleep with their bowl in their lap, head tilted like a wilted flower. A man near the door checks the draft, tucks another fur against the gap. No one tells him to. It's just what you do. You stand slowly, stretch, and collect your bowl. You rinse it with a splash of water from the wooden bucket by the wall. The water is cold enough to numb your fingertips. You dry it on the hem of your tunic and hang it on its peg. The fire crackles softly. A woman hums. The dog beside you sighs like it's been carrying the burdens of the world on its shoulders all day. You lower yourself back to your furs curling on your side, cloak pulled tight. The heat from the last bowl still simmers in your belly. You smile. Just a little. Because tomorrow the fire will be lit again. The barley will be stirred. And breakfast, whatever it is, will be waiting. Not because it's promised, but because it always is. Sleep doesn't arrive easily. Not here, not now, not in this season where night stretches far too long and the cold keeps slipping under your cloak like it's been invited. You lie there on your straw bedding, curled up beneath layers of wool and fur, staring at the low flicker of the fire. It's down to its final glowing embers now, pulsing softly like a heartbeat in the dark, the only warmth that dares to stay awake with you. The longhouse is mostly quiet, not silent. Nothing in Viking life is truly silent. There's always the creak of beams settling, the low murmur of a sleeper's breath, the occasional grunt or cough or snore. A child whimpers in her dreams. Someone rolls over with a thud that sounds heavier than it should. But still, it's peaceful, heavy with exhaustion, saturated in the warmth of food just eaten and the promise that, for tonight at least, the world will not end. You shift under your blanket, feeling the faint weight of a barley-filled belly. It's not the kind of full that makes you slow and drowsy like after a feast. It's the practical kind, the useful kind, the sort of full that wraps around your middle and tells your body you'll live another day. And sometimes that's all you can ask for. Your fingertips find the edge of your eating bowl, hanging from the wooden peg above your bedroll. You brush over the carved markings, your name, scratched in when you were young and foolish and thought the bowl would only ever carry stew for one winter. It's held dozens since, maybe hundreds, and it still holds the story of every meal, every winter, every morning you've stirred yourself out of sleep for another bowl of grain and brine. You sigh softly and close your eyes, but your mind won't stop turning. You start to think about breakfast, not in a grand way, just in the small practical way that Vikings do. What's left in the pot? Did someone remember to soak the barley? Is the last carrot still edible? Will there be salt left to bring out the sweetness in the root mash? And, just maybe, will someone remember the dried berries? It's a hopeful thought, and hope is dangerous on an empty table. But you let yourself have it just for now. Historians argue about the structure of Norse meals, whether they were standardized, ceremonious, ritualized. But if you ask anyone who's lived through more than 2 winters under the sod roof of a longhouse, they'll tell you the truth. Breakfast is not a schedule. It's a survival habit. It's what you do to remind yourself you made it through the night. You turn on your side, pulling the blanket up to your chin, pressing your toes into the warmer spots of the bedding where your own body heat hasn't yet escaped. The straw rustles, the fire cracks softly, and outside the wind continues its low, lonely howl through the pines. You dream of bread. The good kind, not the flat, dry slabs you're used to, but the thick, chewy kind made with wheat that's been sifted and kissed with honey, served warm from the oven with curls of fresh butter sliding into its cracks. You dream of goat cheese, of salted fish fillets folded like silk on a slice, of the way the steam would curl into your face and make your eyes sting from memory. You dream of your mother's stew, thicker than it had any right to be, fragrant with herbs she only used on feast days, bubbling with things that used to be rare but once, for one day, were abundant. You don't want to wake. But morning comes, not with sunshine, that would be too generous. It comes instead with the creak of the door, the return of footsteps, the scent of smoke being coaxed back into flame, and the gentle hiss of water hitting hot metal. Someone's up, someone's starting the day. You sit up slowly, cloak still wrapped around you, hair a mess of knots and ash, limbs stiff like old tools left out in the frost. You stretch your shoulders and shiver once, then you move. It's instinct now. First thing, check the hearth, stir the pot, touch the bowl, feed the fire. Life distilled into 4 movements. The cook today is the same woman who always wakes before everyone else. You still don't know when she sleeps. Her hair is braided back so tight it looks like it's trying to retreat into her skull, and she stirs the pot like it owes her money. You stand beside her without speaking. She glances at you. You look terrible, she mutters. You nod. She hands you the spoon. You stir. The porridge is thicker than usual. A good sign. That means no one watered it down during the night. You see the barley grains swell and split, see the flecks of dried onion float to the surface, and then, yes, berries. Actual berries. Blue ones, wrinkled but still proud, bobbing like tiny nobles in a sea of grain. Your stomach growls audibly. She hears it. Take first bowl, she says, not kindly, but not unkindly either. You ladle yourself a portion and sit down near the fire. The others are beginning to wake. You hear the shuffle of boots, the slap of limbs being shaken awake, a few muffled curses about cold floors and stiff backs. A boy yells something about his blanket being stolen. Someone throws it at him. He yelps, but your world narrows. You hold the bowl in both hands. The steam rises, fragrant and rich. You take the first bite. It's hot and sweet, and everything you didn't know you needed. The barley is perfectly cooked. The berries burst against your tongue with a sour, sweet tang that dances across your mouth like music. There's a hint of fat in the broth. Someone must have scraped the pot from last night's pork. And maybe, just maybe, a tiny bit of crushed nuts from that sack the trader left behind. It's heaven. Viking heaven anyway. You eat slowly, savouring each bite as though it's your last. Around you, others begin to gather. The cook starts doling out bowls. Some sit, some stand, some eat while pacing the floor, trying to shake the cold from their bones. No one talks much, not yet. But there's a rhythm to it all, a sense of shared purpose. This isn't just breakfast, this is declaration. We're still here, we're still hungry, we're still surviving. A child with frost-pink cheeks takes her first bite and grins with a mouthful of porridge. A man near the fire lets out a groan of satisfaction that borders on inappropriate. A woman tears her crust of bread in half and passes the other piece silently to the boy beside her. This is what the sagas leave out. Not the battles, not the gods, not the ships or the gold or the dragons, but this, the morning bowl, the low hum of a longhouse waking up, the way a single spoonful of barley stirred with care can keep a soul upright in a world built to freeze it. You finish your bowl, scrape the last bit from the edge with your finger, lick it clean, and smile. You hang it back on its peg. You stretch your legs, joints popping like old floorboards, and walk toward the door. Outside, the sky's still grey. The wind hasn't changed its tune, but something inside you has. You've eaten. You're ready. You live again. You push open the longhouse door and step out into the morning frost, boots crunching over snow that has fallen in thin, bitter sheets overnight. It hasn't stopped for days. Just different kinds of snow, thick and soft, sharp and grainy, falling sideways or straight down or not at all, but still somehow present. Today, it's the needle-thin kind that bites your cheeks and nestles in your eyelashes, making the world blur like you've cried and forgotten why. You tug your cloak tighter and keep walking. The smell of breakfast barley still lingers in your beard. It gives you a kind of armour, not against the cold exactly, but against the weight of the day. Your stomach is full. That means your hands can work. That means your feet will carry you. That means you're more than just another body huddled by a fire. The first task is collecting firewood. Again, always again. No matter how many bundles were hauled in yesterday, the pile seems to shrink overnight, eaten by the hunger of the hearth. Fire here is like an extra mouth, a greedy, growling one. But unlike the people around you, it never thanks you when it's fed. The forest isn't far. A short walk downhill past the goat pens and the frozen stream. The path is well worn, lined with the faded tracks of boots, sleds, paws, and hooves. You know every bend by heart, where the roots jut up like elbows, where the snowdrifts gather in heaps that look soft but swallow ankles. You walk with caution, eyes scanning the woods not just for firewood but for anything edible, a forgotten mushroom patch, fallen nuts, tracks of a small animal too slow or too foolish to avoid your traps. You spot a rabbit trail, but it's old. Snow has filled the edges, maybe later. You reach the stand of birch and begin the ritual. Scan for dry branches, test each one with a kick or tug, snap the usable ones cleanly, bundle them with rope. Your breath puffs in clouds, your fingers ache, your back protests, but you keep going, one bundle, then two. After the third, you pause. You pull from your pouch the crust you saved from breakfast, the one you tucked away when the bowl was still warm, thinking it might be nice to have a bite later when the cold really hit. This is later. You sit on a log, brush away the snow and bite into the bread. It's cold now, dense, a little tough at the edges, but still good. There's a smear of pork fat that has hardened into something almost waxy. Still, your tongue finds the flavour. Still, your jaw works through it with reverence. You chew, swallow, sit. Here in the middle of the woods, that crust is the best thing you've had all week. Historians might label this a field meal. They'd call it practical, utilitarian. But they'd be missing the point. This isn't just nourishment. It's ritual. It's gratitude. It's a break from the weight of chores and frost and expectations. A moment when the world stops demanding and just allows you to exist. You close your eyes. The wind rustles the branches above. Snow drips slowly from the edge of your hood. and for that one quiet minute, you're not hauling wood or worrying about dried fish or wondering whether the next storm will rip the roof from the barn. You're just eating, breathing, living. You finish the bread, wipe your fingers on your tunic and tie the bundles of wood tight. It takes 2 trips to get them back to the longhouse. No one thanks you. They never do. But someone tosses a half-wink your way, and that's enough. Inside, the fire is eager. You feed it your offering, and it responds with a crackle, a hiss, and a soft whoosh as the new wood catches. The cook nods at the improved flame and mutters something about finally boiling water properly. You sit again near the hearth, this time with a bowl of weak onion broth and a chunk of toasted barley bread. You didn't ask for it. Someone just handed it to you. That's how it works here. No favours, just instinct. You're cold. You worked. You're fed. A system older than language. The broth is barely flavoured, mostly hot water with onion peel and a pinch of salt. But the warmth spreads down your throat and unfurls in your chest. You dip the bread into it, softening the crust, and let the meal carry you through the early afternoon. A boy sits beside you with his own bowl, smaller, chipped. He doesn't speak at first, just eats. Then asks, "Did you really fight that bear last spring?" You almost laugh, but you just shake your head. The bear ran away. Because it was scared of you? No, you say, tearing a bit of bread and handing it to him. Because it was smart. He nods, like that's the best answer he's ever heard. And maybe, in its own way, it is. The longhouse smells of steam and smoke. Someone is repairing a broken snowshoe near the door. A girl is humming as she plucks feathers from a bird caught in the traps. No one is idle. No one expects to be. You finish your bowl. You thank no one and everyone, and then you stand. There's still light left in the day. Just enough to check the traps along the riverbank. Maybe enough to carry back some fresh fish or catch a bird too slow to notice your approach. Maybe. But even if the traps are empty, you'll come home to a fire, and someone will stir the pot, and there will be bread, or barley, or roots, or if the gods smile, berries, and that will be enough. Because here in this world, built of snow and hunger and frost-bitten mornings, every breakfast is earned, and every bite is a kind of prayer. The path toward the riverbank crunches beneath your boots, every step a small battle against the snow that keeps falling like the sky forgot how to stop. It isn't deep today, just crusted and sharp, the kind that stings your shins through the thin spaces between layers. You wrap your cloak tighter around yourself, tilt your face into the wind and carry on. This isn't a glamorous errand. No one sings about checking traps in the snow. No scold will carve your name into a saga stone because you caught a rabbit when your people needed one. But still, you go. The traps are set near the bend where the stream slows into a lazy pool in summer, now frozen hard and silent. They were baited days ago, carefully, with scraps from your last catch, tied with sinew and hope. You know the spots by heart. There's a rhythm to it. That notch by the split pine, the hollow under the root, the shallow drift where a rabbit trail always runs. The first snare is empty, the second has been triggered. You crouch, cold breath huffing in clouds, and dig away the packed snow with your gloved hands. You find a small creature, barely larger than your hand, a bird, cold, stiff, likely starved before it ever saw the trap, but still, it's meat. And meat is something. You wrap it in cloth and tuck it inside your pouch. The third trap is snapped but empty. The bait is gone. Clever beast. You reset it with fingers now clumsy from cold, hands aching with that sharp kind of pain that says you're still alive, but barely. You stand, bones creaking, and look toward the fourth trap. This one, half buried, holds a prize. A rabbit. Thin, not much flesh, but alive when it was caught. The body is still warm. You mutter a quick thanks to the land, the gods, to whatever spirit watches over those who feed others. You clean the snow from the fur, check for damage, and add it to your pouch. 3 traps, 1 bird, 1 rabbit, one clever ghost. On your way back, the sky begins to dim. It's not late, but the sun has other plans. You feel the weight of the meat in your pouch like a blessing, not enough to feast, but enough to thicken a stew, enough to stretch the barley, enough to change the mood around the fire from tired to relieved. When the longhouse door creaks open, the warmth washes over you like honeyed smoke. Inside, the fire glows full and proud, and something is cooking, something thick and sweet and promising. You pause at the threshold, snow falling from your shoulders, and breathe in. Barley again, no surprise there, but this batch smells different, richer, hints of root vegetables, a trace of goat fat, and, wait, honey, actual honey. Your stomach growls so loud a child near the fire looks up. The cook sees you, nods once and points toward the pot. "We used it," she says, not explaining what it is. She doesn't have to. You hand her the contents of your pouch without ceremony. She inspects the rabbit and the bird, nods again. "Good," she mutters. "Better than nothing." She takes the meat to the side table, already starting the cleaning, and you know the next pot will be better for it. Not tonight. The current batch is already too far along, but maybe tomorrow's. You wash your hands in the barrel by the door, icy water shocking you back into your skin, and then you take your place near the fire. Your bowl comes quickly, and it's heavier than usual. The barley porridge is thickened with mashed turnip and carrot. The honey has been stirred in while the pot was still hot, and now it weaves through the grains like golden thread. On top, a dollop of goat milk cream softening in the heat. You hold the bowl carefully, reverently, as if it might vanish if you breathe too hard. The first bite is warm, then sweet, then earthy. It's the kind of meal that you eat slowly, not because it's polite, but because you want it to last. You want every bite to soak into your bones and whisper to your ribs that you're going to make it through this winter after all. The longhouse is quiet as people eat. Quiet in a good way. The quiet of full mouths and grateful eyes. You glance around. The children eat with both hands. The elders lean close to the fire, steam curling from their bowls like incense. Even the dogs curled near the door seem more relaxed, sensing the shift in the room's energy. It's not joy, not quite, but something close. The kind of contentment that only comes from knowing you've taken something small and turned it into enough. Historians talk about Viking feasts, about boar roasting over open fires, about tables sagging with roasted meats and jugs of mead passed hand to hand. And yes, those happened, but rarely, and never in winter. What they often miss is this. The true triumph isn't in feasting. It's in making porridge taste like celebration. It's in sharing one rabbit between 10 people and still leaving the pot warm. It's in stirring in the last spoon of honey, not for yourself but for the group. Someone near the fire says, "This tastes like the solstice." Someone else replies, "This tastes like tomorrow might not be so bad." You smile behind your spoon. You finish your bowl, scraping the sides with your thumb. You don't lick it. There are still children watching, and you've got a shred of dignity left, but you think about it. The cook walks past and mutters, "If you leave even a drop in that bowl, I'll feed it to the goats." You nod solemnly. Noted. She smirks. The closest she'll ever get to affection. You rise and rinse your bowl again in the icy water, fingers stinging, joints tight. Then you hang it from its peg and return to your spot by the fire, cloak draped over your knees. The fire cracks. A woman hums. A man tells a story about the time he tried to impress a merchant's daughter with a dried apple and ended up married to her cousin instead. Laughter rolls like a tide, and for a while you forget that tomorrow's traps might be empty, that snow might bury the roof, that the meat might run out before the month ends, because tonight the stew was sweet, and everyone got a full bowl, and someone used the honey. Evening comes not with fanfare, but with the slow dimming of a light and the gentle quiet that drapes itself across the longhouse like a well-worn blanket. The snow outside has softened under the last breath of twilight, while the hearth inside burns low and wide, its flames reaching up lazily, as if they too are ready for rest. You sit cross-legged on your fur, back to one of the wall posts, arms wrapped around your knees. The weight of barley and turnip from dinner still sits warmly in your stomach. A comforting reminder that, at least for tonight, you've won, you've eaten, you've lived. The cook has long since put down her ladle. The pot is empty now, scraped clean by a dozen hungry spoons. A child even licked the rim of his bowl and earned a playful scolding from his mother. You smiled at that. The fire crackles as another log settles inward, collapsing in a burst of sparks. For a moment, you just watch. The flames, the shadows on the rafters, the sleepy rhythm of the room. You could fall asleep like this, but you don't. You have one last chore tonight, and though no one said it was yours, it always is. You stand slowly, joints stiff, and grab the small wicker basket hanging near the entrance. It's time to check the herb cellar. Unlike the main food pit, the one stacked with meat, roots and pickles, this smaller cellar is set aside for what the others call the extras. Herbs, dried fruits, fermentation jars, cured condiments. The kinds of things that don't feed you by themselves but turn a plain stew into something that tastes like effort. You make your way outside, the cold hitting you with a slap across the cheeks. The air is sharp now, colder than it's been all day. A clear sky means colder nights, and you can already feel the frost biting into the tips of your ears. The snow crunches beneath your boots, now hardened to ice crust. You follow the familiar path around the side of the longhouse, past the goat shed, where you hear the soft shifting of animals inside. They're fed, warm enough, and alive, which in winter is about as good as it gets. The herb cellar is little more than a hole in the ground with a sturdy wooden lid and stone-lined walls. You pull open the hatch with effort. Frost has kissed the hinges and made them stiff. Cold air billows up from the pit like a ghost rising from its nap. You descend slowly, your breath puffing into the dark. Inside it smells of dry thyme, smoked salt and cool earth. The walls are lined with clay jars, wooden shelves and hanging bundles of old herbs, strung up like tiny bouquets from another season. You light the stub of a candle and begin inspecting the jars. The cook had asked for vinegar, maybe some dried leeks. If you're lucky, that jar of pickled apples might still have a few slices clinging to the brine. You find the vinegar quickly, sharp and golden in its sealed flask. The leeks are half a bag, crushed but fragrant. Then, hidden behind a cloth bundle of wild garlic, you find it. The apple jar. You hold it up to the light. 3 slices, 2 if someone's greedy. You grin and place it carefully in your basket, but you're not done. You find dried nettle, some leftover mustard seeds, and even a bundle of dill tied with frayed twine. You grab it all. Why not? Tomorrow's stew doesn't have to be boring. The wind outside sings low through the door crack. You climb out, basket full, and shut the lid behind you with a grunt. The stars are out now, clear, sharp, endless. You stand for a moment staring up at them. They look so cold, so far away. But something about their presence feels grounding. They've seen this village through more winters than you could count. They'll be watching tomorrow's breakfast too. Back inside the longhouse, the warmth feels like stepping into another world. People have moved closer to the fire, wrapping themselves in blankets, some leaning on each other, a few already drifting towards sleep. You brush snow from your boots and hand the basket to the cook, who gives a grunt of approval so low it's basically affection. She says, "I'll make something real tomorrow, something to taste." You nod. "Save me a spoonful before the kids find it." She smirks. No promises. The cellar finds become conversation. Someone perks up at the word apple. Another jokes about how the vinegar could be used to pickle their husband into silence. Laughter rolls around the fire, light but real. You sit again, closer now, cross-legged on a blanket still warm from its last occupant. You watch as the cook inspects the jar, tastes a drop of the vinegar, chews a dry leek like it's jerky. She nods once. It will do. Around the fire, someone begins humming an old melody. One of those tunes no one remembers the words to, but everyone knows the sound of. It fills the longhouse like steam fills a pot, soft, rising, almost invisible, but warm in every corner. A child curls up beside you and asks, "Will there be bread tomorrow?" You shrug. Depends if the flour stretches. The child nods solemnly, then closes their eyes and drifts off with a sigh. You lean back, hands on your knees, letting your body loosen. The fire dances on your cheeks. The smell of thyme is back, stronger now that the herbs are warming by the stone ledge. You inhale deeply. Historians like to write about Viking resourcefulness as if it's a strategy, as if every step was a planned campaign for survival. They don't see this. The quiet night, the cellar visits, the excitement over half a dried apple, the way tomorrow's meal begins not with hunting or fishing, but with a handful of dusty herbs brought up from the cold. This isn't strategy, it's instinct, it's care. It's what happens when people choose to keep each other warm, fed, and human. You rest your head against the post behind you, eyes half-lidded, letting your thoughts drift toward the morning. There'll be steam again, the pop of fire, the clang of a ladle against a pot, maybe even the sharp tang of mustard seeds blooming in a spoon of fat. If you're lucky, there'll be more than just barley. There'll be brightness. There'll be flavour. There'll be a reason for someone to say, "Try this. It's different." And that will be enough. Because that's what breakfast is here. Not a feast, but a kindness. Repeated, shared, remembered. The door groans open before the sun does. A long, low creak of wet wood and swollen hinges that fills the longhouse like a yawn. Cold rushes in like it's been waiting all night, slicing across ankles, snaking under fur blankets, creeping up through straw pallets to poke at ribs and noses. You hear a groan from somewhere to your left, then the dull thunk of someone pulling a cloak back over their face. But not you. You're already sitting up, arms wrapped around your knees, watching the hearth. It's not dead, not quite, just sleeping. Glowing coals breathe faint orange beneath a blanket of ash, waiting. You know that look. That's how mornings start, not with light, but with coaxing. You push yourself up, joints popping, and cross to the fire. The cook is there already. Of course she is. She's always the first one moving, the last one sleeping, and somehow never complains unless she's in a good mood. Her hair is tied back, her cloak streaked with yesterday's flour and today's soot. She's muttering to herself as she stirs a pot that wasn't even on the coals last night. You sit beside her wordlessly. She glances your way and jerks her chin toward a small clay jar. "Add the rest of that vinegar," she says. You do, carefully. The tangy scent rises instantly, cutting through the morning haze like a slap of memory. You inhale it and blink. "That's strong," she nods. "Good. I want it to wake them." You stir. The barley's already thick, puffed up from a full night of soaking. Bits of root vegetables swirl through the pot, softening slowly. Then she adds something new. Spices, maybe. A pinch of salt from a hidden stash. And finally, the mustard seeds. They crackle in the fat, releasing their heat like tiny fires that sneak into the porridge. She doesn't stop there. Next come the lingonberries. Dried, wrinkled, forgotten until yesterday's cellar run. She crumbles a handful in and watches them bloom in the heat. Red, bright, sharp. You're wide awake now. Wide. So is your stomach. The cook ladles the first few bowls, steam curling high as the scent drifts across the room. People begin to stir, not fast, there's never any hurry in the morning, but with purpose. The smell is too good to ignore. A child crawls out from beneath a blanket, hair like a thistle patch, nose already sniffing the air. He mumbles, "Is that sweet?" The cook raises an eyebrow. Sort of. You're handed your bowl next. Heavy, thick, steaming. You don't even sit before taking the first bite. Barley, yes, but not the usual bland glue. This is something else. The vinegar sings through it, sharp, but not harsh. It cuts through the starch like sunlight through clouds. The mustard brings a heat that isn't spice but warmth. a full-body depth that fills your throat and chest. And the berries. Gods, the berries. They burst in your mouth with bright, tangy sweetness that doesn't belong in a pot of barley, and yet fits perfectly. You sit, slowly, bowl in your lap, spoon held loosely between your fingers, chewing, breathing, feeling. Because this is more than food. This is medicine. You glance around as others begin to eat. The children dive in with noisy delight. One of them holds up a berry on their spoon and shouts, "It's red," as if they found treasure. An old man with a crooked spine hums as he chews, nodding between mouthfuls. Even the grumpiest woman in the back corner, she who once threw a wooden ladle across the room because someone burned her porridge, smiles. And the cook? She pretends not to notice, just keeps stirring. You eat every bite, scraping the bowl until the last streak of mustard yellow and berry pink is gone. Then you do something rare. You go for seconds. So do 4 others. The cook glares at the line but doesn't stop ladling. "This is it," she warns. "You eat too fast, you're skipping supper." No one slows down. Historians might call this a celebratory meal. They'd look at the unusual ingredients and call it a special occasion. But there's no festival today, no marriage, no return from raiding, no birth, no death. Just an ordinary morning, cold, quiet, routine. And that's what makes it beautiful. The real secret of Viking survival isn't brute force or hard winters or sharp blades. It's this: a spoonful of sour and sweet, a cook who cares, a longhouse that smells like possibility. You wipe your mouth with the back of your sleeve and lean back, bowl cradled in your lap. You feel full in a way that has nothing to do with quantity. It's not that your stomach is bursting. It isn't. It's that your spirit feels fed, that something inside you has softened just for a little while. Someone beside you asks, "Was that vinegar?" You nod. And mustard, and berries. They blink. Together? You shrug. It worked. They nod slowly, then say, "Tasted like something from before." And you know what they mean. Before the snow. Before the hunger. Before the daily sameness of barley and cold and smoke. This meal, this strange sour-sweet porridge, reminded people that food can still surprise them. You stand, stretch, and rinse your bowl in the bucket of half-frozen water near the door. Your fingers ache, but you don't mind. You hang the bowl on its peg, still warm from your hand, and glance at the fire. Still crackling. Still alive. The cook catches your eye and says, "Tomorrow's just barley." You smile. "We'll still eat it." She nods. Because that's the deal. Some days you get berries, some days you get roots, some days you get nothing but steam. But every day someone rises before you. Someone stirs the pot. Someone decides the longhouse will not start in silence, and that, more than anything else, is why you're still here. You step outside, snow crunching underfoot, the wind already licking at your cheeks. You head toward the woodshed, to the traps, to the sleds. Whatever task is yours today. You do it with purpose, with heat in your chest, with flavour on your tongue. Because this morning you were reminded, even in winter, even with barley, even with vinegar, a Viking breakfast can taste like joy. The sky is a pale grey smear when you step outside, the kind of light that feels more like a suggestion than a sunrise. There's no sun to speak of, just that cold, familiar glow that tells you it's morning, and that yes, it's time to get to work whether you want to or not. Snow drifts lightly across your path, not falling straight but dancing sideways in the breeze, curling like smoke, brushing across your face and hair with icy fingers. Your breath clouds out in front of you, slow and steady. You flex your fingers inside your gloves, already stiff from the cold, and adjust your grip on the looped rope at your side. Today's task is straightforward. Check the fish racks, restock what's needed, and make sure the wind hasn't scattered your only real insurance policy against an empty pot. The walk to the drying shelter is short, but it feels longer in the cold. Past the firewood stack crusted in frost, past the bundle of hay meant for the goats, past the edge of the longhouse wall where snow always drifts high no matter how many times it's cleared, and finally the racks, wooden frames standing stubborn in the snow, strung with rope, hooks, and rows of dried fish like grey, leathery flags. You step beneath the sheltering roof and inhale. It smells strong, sharp, briny, a little like wet rope and a lot like old salt and dried blood. But to you, it smells like survival. Rows and rows of cod and herring hang there, skin like parchment, curled at the edges. They've been drying since autumn, tended, turned, brushed of snow and ice until they reach that perfect in-between state. Dead, yes, but not useless. You pull one down, check it for mould, flex the tail end to test its strength. Good. Still solid. Still edible. You remember catching some of these fish months ago, hauling them from the sea with numb fingers and stiff nets, laughing as the salt spray hit your face and made your skin sting. That moment feels like another lifetime now. But the fish is still here, still ready to feed you, still offering itself to the pot. You select 6, more than usual. The cook had mentioned wanting to stretch the stew tonight. Maybe add something extra, maybe feed everyone twice, and for that she'll need more than just roots and barley. As you tie them together with rope, you hear a sound behind you, boots crunching. A younger boy, maybe 10 winters old, stands there with a short knife and a hopeful look. "I can help," he says. You hand him the last fish, then carry this. He beams like you've handed him a sword. On the walk back, you don't speak much. The boy asks if fish ever get tired of being hung up like socks. You say probably. He laughs. It's a thin sound, but honest. Back in the longhouse, the air is warmer than expected. The fire's already roaring, and the cook is kneeling beside the hearth, poking at something that smells like onion and vinegar. Her brow is furrowed, but not in frustration, in focus. You set the fish down on the prep board. She doesn't look up, just mutters, "Cut them into thirds, use the bone too." You nod, grab the cleaver, and get to work. The first strike is always the hardest, not because of the fish, but because it echoes, a loud thunk that reminds everyone what's for dinner. You chop through the heads, then the bellies, then into rough hunks that'll soften in boiling water. The smell spreads fast. Oil, salt, old sea memories. The boy helps too, sorting bones into a clay bowl for stock. The cook begins soaking the chunks in warm water. "We'll start it early," she says. "Let it boil down all afternoon." You raise an eyebrow. "Anything else going in?" She shrugs. "If we're lucky, turnip. If we're very lucky, maybe a rind of cheese." The idea of cheese makes your stomach hum. You haven't seen real cheese in weeks, maybe months. You clean your knife and step away, letting her take over. Your job is done for now. You settle near the fire again, cloak draped across your knees, bowl in your hands, though it's empty. Just habit. Something about holding it makes you feel ready. The smell of breakfast still lingers, berries and mustard and vinegar. And though it's hours old now, the memory of it still sits warm in your chest. That strange combination, that magic trick of a meal, gave the whole house a different kind of energy. People stood taller, moved with purpose. You even heard someone whistle, and not out of sarcasm. It's amazing, really, how food can do that. Historians write about Viking diets like it's all monotony. Barley, barley, more barley. Salted meat, dried fish. But what they miss is what you've come to know deeply. That every bite carries a story. Not just of what was caught or cooked, but of who woke early to stir the fire. Who walked through snow to the cellar. Who remembered the mustard seeds and decided today was worth something extra. You lean your head back and listen to the room. The boy is humming softly as he arranges the cleaned fish bones. The firewood stack has been topped off. The goats, you're told, have eaten and haven't escaped again. Small blessings. Someone is drying boots by the fire, stuffed with straw and patience. The cook stands at the hearth, tasting the first ladle of soaking broth. She doesn't smile, but you know the look. It's going to be a good stew. Maybe not extraordinary, but satisfying. Rich in salt and history. You watch the steam rise from the pot and feel something in your chest loosen. There are days when breakfast is a miracle. There are days when dinner is just fish. But today is both. You close your eyes and let the fire's warmth soak into your skin. The floor is cold beneath you, but your cloak is thick, and the smell of the broth is already sinking into the wood and the walls. It will be there later, even after the bowls are emptied, lingering like a memory, like a promise. Tomorrow might be different, might be worse, might be just barley and regret. But today, there's stew, there's vinegar, there's sweetness and salt, and the knowledge that someone, somewhere in this longhouse, is always thinking of how to make it just a little better. You smile to yourself, because you know what's coming. Dinner, and it will taste like the ocean. By the time the fish stew begins to simmer, the longhouse smells like memory. That distinct blend of smoke, salt and bubbling fat drifts from the pot like an old friend climbing into your lap. It wraps around everything. The blankets, the floorboards, even the wool hanging from the rafters to trap the warmth. There's no escaping it. Not that you'd want to. You're sitting near the fire again, bowl in hand, though it's still empty. Everyone's is. You're waiting. But it's a good kind of waiting. The kind that's thick with anticipation, with murmurs and glances toward the hearth, where the cook is crouched with ladle in hand, eyes narrowed at the pot like she's staring down an enemy, or perhaps a miracle. The stew has reached its prime. You hear it more than you see it. The soft bloop of thickened broth rising in bubbles, the occasional hiss of something catching on the side of the pot, the wooden spoon knocking against the rim in steady rhythm. The cook tastes once, twice, then adds a pinch of something you don't recognise. From a pouch tucked into her belt. Secret ingredient. Probably not poison. The warmth in the room grows with the scent. People are sitting straighter. Children are on their knees now, eyes wide and bowls gripped like prized weapons. Even the old man in the far corner who usually pretends to be asleep is peeking out from beneath his fur wrap. You watch, silent, as the cook stirs one last time. Then she straightens and begins to serve. The first ladleful lands in the bowl of the child who helped clean the bones earlier. The boy who asked if fish get tired of being hung up like socks. He cradles the bowl as if it were a newborn and inhales so deeply you half expect him to fall in. Then it's your turn. The stew is thick, hearty, golden brown and speckled with green from the herbs you'd forgotten she had. You spot carrot slices, chunks of white root, strips of fish belly curled like parchment, soft and glistening. The surface gleams with a thin sheen of fat floating in swirling constellations. And, at the very centre, something unexpected. A berry. Not a fresh one, no, but a single rehydrated lingonberry, bobbing at the top like a ruby in the sea. You stare at it, then take your first bite. The broth hits you first. Salty, yes, but rounded, deep. A kind of warmth that starts at the back of your throat and slides all the way down to your toes. The fish is soft, dissolving against your tongue, the roots starchy and earthy, the herbs whispering something clean and quiet behind the salt. Then the berry. It pops between your teeth with a sour, sweet burst that doesn't belong, and yet somehow perfectly does. You close your eyes, you let it sit in your mouth, and for a moment you forget the snow, the traps, the aches in your back, even the hunger that brought you here. For a moment all there is flavour. You open your eyes to see the cook watching you. She doesn't speak, she doesn't have to. This is her way of talking, and you understand her perfectly. Around you, the longhouse hums with quiet joy. A girl giggles when her brother slurps too loudly. Someone mutters a half joke about how stew this good must be a sign of spring. Another replies, "Don't say that, the gods are listening." A wooden spoon clatters onto the floor. It's quickly picked up, dusted off, and used again. No one wastes tonight. Not even a grain of barley. You scrape the bottom of your bowl, chasing the last bits of fish clinging to the edges. Then you go back for more. Not just because you're still hungry, but because the warmth in your chest is addictive. You want it to last. You want to walk into tomorrow still tasting this. The cook refills your bowl without a word. There's enough for everyone, just enough. And that, in itself, feels like a kind of magic. You glance toward the fire. The flames are low now but steady, dancing softly like they know they've done their part. The shadows on the beams sway gently, just enough to remind you that time is passing, but slowly, kindly. You look around the longhouse, at the people, at their faces. Tired, yes, but not hollow, not tonight. Tonight there's food, real food, not just calories, not just fuel, but something made with care, with intention, with scraps of dill, a shard of salt, the memory of vinegar, and a single berry saved for the right moment. Historians might call this resourcefulness, but that's not quite right. It's more than that. It's stubborn hope, it's generosity, it's the refusal to let winter win. You take your second bite. The second bowl is even better than the first. You eat slower now. You don't want it to end. And yet, of course, it must. The pot grows lighter. The bowl's empty. But no one leaves. Not yet. They stay. Breathing in the steam that still lingers, savouring the silence that only full bellies can bring. A kind of shared reverence fills the space. Not spoken, not enforced. Just felt. Someone whispers, "We should tell the story of this stew." Someone else replies, "We just did." You don't need a feast for a memory. You just need a moment. One good meal, one clean spoon, one berry floating in broth, and a longhouse full of people who understand what it means to be given something better than they expected. You rise eventually, rinse your bowl, hang it on the peg. Your fingers are wrinkled from steam, your sleeves damp, your lips tingling from salt. You settle into your sleeping spot again, the fur now warmed by your absence, the straw familiar beneath you. As you lie down, the last traces of stew still clinging to your tongue, you close your eyes with one thought. Tomorrow will come, and it might be harder. But tonight was enough. You sleep better than you have in days. The kind of sleep that feels like falling into the earth, heavy and silent, as if the night wraps around your ribs and says, "Just rest. There's time later for everything else." The stew helped. There's something about salt and warmth, about a full belly and a fire that's still glowing red even as your eyes shut, that sends your body into something deeper than dreams. When you wake, it's not to noise or cold, but to stillness. The longhouse is hushed. The fire is nothing but coals now, warm enough to keep the air soft but not enough to give light. The faint grey seep of dawn presses against the seams of the wooden walls. It's early, earlier than usual, but your eyes are open and your mind is already reaching forward into the tasks ahead. You pull your cloak tighter and rise, stepping over bodies wrapped in furs, careful not to wake the ones who manage to cling to sleep just a bit longer. There's a sound, faint but familiar, a gentle clinking. The cook is already at the hearth, crouched low, stirring something in a smaller pot. "Is that breakfast?" you ask, voice still coated in sleep. She shakes her head, eyes still on the pot. "Tonic." Eric's coughing again. You nod and sit beside her, letting the heat of the coals brush against your knees. The mixture smells sharp. Herbs, maybe some vinegar, and something bitter you can't name. Not food, but not entirely unpleasant. Medicinal, comforting in its own way. "He won't drink it if he sees you bring it," she mutters, handing you a clay cup wrapped in cloth. You smirk. "He thinks you're trying to poison him," she snorts. He wishes. You carry the cup to the far end of the longhouse, where Eric lies bundled under 3 thick blankets and a cracked goat hide. His eyes crack open at the sound of your approach. "Morning," you say. He grumbles. "Is it?" You hand him the cup. Cook says this'll fix you. He sniffs it, winces, then drinks anyway. It's awful, he mutters after the first sip, but it's hot. You sit beside him for a few minutes, no words, just breathing. He sips slowly. The steam curls upward. His fingers tremble, but the cup stays steady. When he's finished, you take the cup back, nod, and return to the fire. The cook is already chopping dried root into the breakfast pot. Barley again, of course. Maybe oats if there's enough left. No berries this time, no vinegar, just the basics. Porridge today, you ask. She shrugs. What else? You help where you can, adding water, feeding the fire, scraping the sides of the pot where yesterday's stew left behind a thin, tasty film. Every bit counts. The children wake next, sniffing the air, rubbing their eyes. They gather near the hearth like chicks to a mother hen. You ladle out the bowls. The cook pretends to ignore your attempts to keep the portions even. One child frowns at the lack of anything special in today's meal. No fish, no sour berries, no floating leaves of flavour, just warm mush. Still, they eat. You all do, because it's food, because it's enough. Breakfast is quiet. People are still groggy from yesterday's work. Your arms ache from chopping, your legs from walking. No one complains. They just chew, sip, scrape, breathe. After the bowls are stacked and rinsed, it's time to check the trap lines. Again. You pull on your boots, scarf your neck, and grab the coil of rope and pouch of bait. Outside, the sky's clearer than usual. Blue, even. A kind of blue that looks cold. Clean and sharp, like a blade left too long in snow. The ground is crusted over with ice from the night. Your boots crunch with every step. The trail winds past the edge of the longhouse, across the frozen stream, and into the low woods. You know it well. Every twist, every dip in the snow, every broken branch that hasn't been cleared because it's more useful as a marker than as firewood. You find the first snare collapsed, nothing inside. Just snow. You reset it. The second is gone entirely. Rope snapped, bait missing, tracks half covered by wind. You kneel and study the prints. Fox, probably. Or a raven clever enough to pull free. At the third snare, you get lucky. A small rabbit. Not big, not fat, but caught cleanly. You whisper a thank you without thinking. Not to a god, not even to the land. Just to the rabbit. For being here, for being food. You slip it into your pouch and keep walking. The traps are more than hunting. They're promises. Small efforts made in the hope that tomorrow will be easier. They're quiet rituals, like breakfast, like sweeping the ash, like warming the sick man's tonic. Things done again and again, not because they always work, but because sometimes they do. By midday you've checked all 10. 1 rabbit, 2 broken snares, 5 still untouched. You return to the longhouse cold but content. The cook raises her eyebrows when you hand her the rabbit. Not much meat, she mutters. You grin. Better than bark, she sniffs the air. Barely. Still she takes it, begins cleaning it by the hearth. You watch her work. Fast, practiced hands, efficient, careful, not wasteful. The bones will go into tonight's broth, the meat shredded and stretched with barley. Maybe someone will bring her mushrooms, maybe not. The rest of the afternoon is quiet, repairing, mending. Someone sharpens knives. A girl braids rope. Eric coughs less. You drink water warmed by the fire and chew a piece of dry flatbread from yesterday. It's hard enough to cut your gums, but you suck on it until it softens. You think about that rabbit, about how even a tiny catch can lift a room, how people sit straighter when something fresh is cooking, how hope is passed around in bowls even when it's not named. Dinner arrives late. It's thinner than yesterday, just broth with a hint of meat and more barley than you thought possible, but it smells like life. It tastes like effort. It fills the space between your ribs. You eat it all. So does everyone else. No one asks for more, but no one walks away hungry, and that's enough. You rinse your bowl again, hang it by the fire, then you sit cross-legged watching the embers. You're tired. of the cold, of the sameness, of barley. But you're also grateful for the cook, for the rabbit, for the tonic that eased a cough, for the snow that didn't break the roof, for one more day of quiet survival. Historians might say Vikings lived violently, that they raided and pillaged and fought, but they forget these days. The quiet ones, the cold ones, the ones where you mend a snare and carry a cup and stretch a rabbit into 10 small bowls. You lie down, wrapping yourself in your cloak, staring up at the smoke hole in the roof. The stars are out, the stew is gone, but tomorrow waits, and you'll be ready. You wake to darkness again, but not the fearful, pressing kind. This darkness feels soft, the kind that comes right before dawn, when the longhouse is still wrapped in its own warmth, and the embers in the hearth glow low and red, like buried treasure beneath the ash. The air smells like wood smoke and wool and faintly onion. You pull your cloak tighter as you sit up, slowly, bones protesting from another night on straw. There's a stiffness in your neck you don't bother to stretch out. What's the point? There's always another ache coming tomorrow. You glance toward the hearth and see the cook already moving, of course, kneeling, stirring, watching the pot with the patience of someone who's learned not to rush anything in life, not even boiling water. "What's in it today?" you ask, barely a whisper. She doesn't look up. "Not much." You nod. You figured. Supplies are thinning. You all know it. The meals have been getting lighter, the flavours fainter, the cook quieter. And now, with the last of the barley scraped out 2 mornings ago, even the usual base is gone. You rise, stretch and shuffle to her side. The pot is small this morning, smaller than usual. There's no thick porridge swirling inside, no hearty stew, just something watery. A bone, maybe 2, a few strands of herb, 1 thin slice of root curling like a ribbon in the heat. "It's stone soup," she says without irony. You look, and sure enough, there's a flat river stone resting at the bottom of the pot. To trick them, you ask, a half smile. She shrugs. To remind them. Of what, you don't ask. She's already stirring again. The others wake slowly, as if their bodies already know there's not much waiting. You pass out bowls anyway, pouring from the ladle with quiet precision. You try to make the portions even, though there's little to portion. A child frowns at the clear broth and asks where the food is. You say, "It's hiding." He eats anyway, they all do. You eat yours last. You sit with your back against a post, steam curling into your beard, eyes half shut. The broth is salty from yesterday's bones, warm enough to chase the cold from your chest, and surprisingly fragrant. The cook must have added a pinch of something earthy. Dried leek? Juniper? Whatever it is, it helps. You finish slowly, scraping the sides of the bowl for stray bits of flavour. A slice of turnip, a wisp of fish, a single green fleck that tastes like nothing but colour. Then the bowl is empty, and you're not full, but you're warm, and that counts. After breakfast, the mood in the longhouse is muted. No one complains, but no one jokes either. You and the cook meet by the food pit and take stock again. 1 turnip left, a fistful of peas, maybe a dozen dried mushrooms hidden in a cloth sack, 1 hunk of dried fish, barely enough to cast a shadow. You make notes in your head, then you sigh and grab your boots. It's time to walk. You don't say where you're going because no one needs to ask. When food runs low, your feet move. That's just how it is. You head toward the woods, hoping the snow hasn't buried everything too deep. The traps have been quiet for days, but maybe today, the trail is familiar. You pass the same leaning spruce, the frozen stream where you once slipped and cracked your knee so hard it hummed for 3 days, the split stump where someone carved a crude face years ago and no one ever claimed it. At the 3rd trap, your fingers twitch. It's sprung, and there, nestled in the snow, is a rabbit. Small, thin, but caught clean. You kneel, hands shaking slightly, not from the cold, but from something else. You whisper thanks without meaning to, then slip the animal into your pouch. You reset the trap with care, then walk farther. The ground is hard beneath your boots, packed with old frost. You take slow, careful steps. You check every bend in the trail. You turn over pine needles. You crouch to dig gently beneath a drift. And that's when you see them. Crowberries, a few, wrinkled, half frozen, perfect. You pop one into your mouth, sour, bitter, but real. You collect as many as you can, 6, maybe 7, and press them into a cloth pouch. Not enough for a feast, not even a meal, but enough to change the taste of dinner. On your way back, you spot a patch of wild onion. Tough leaves, flattened by snow, but still alive, still clinging. You cut a handful and tuck them into your belt. When you return to the longhouse, the cook is at the table grinding a piece of dried bark into powder. She glances up. You drop the rabbit, the berries, the onions. She stares, then mutters, "It's not nothing." And that from her is practically applause. She starts cleaning the rabbit. You help. You peel the onions, slice the roots, crush the berries into a paste with salt. The broth from the morning is still on the fire, and into it you both pour what's left of your effort, your time, your morning, your luck. By nightfall, the pot smells like food again. Not feast, but food, savoury, sharp, something between stew and soup, thickened by what you can't quite name. The longhouse gathers. The bowls are passed. This time no one asks what's in it. They just eat, and they smile. The boy whispers, "There's colour in mine." An old woman says, "I can taste the green." A man lifts his spoon and mutters, "It's not much, but it's enough." You eat last again, slowly, chewing every bit, savouring each texture. The rabbit meat is tough but rich. The onion sings through the broth. The berry paste lingers on your tongue, sour and alive. You lean back against the wall when your bowl is empty, heart full. And for the first time in days, someone sings. A soft, humming tune, low and old. The kind of song that doesn't have words, just feelings. You close your eyes and let it wrap around you. And you think this is what survival sounds like. Not in shouting, not in raiding, but in soup and quiet. And one rabbit shared 12 ways. You wake to a smell you haven't known in weeks. It's not fish, it's not barley, it's not soup bones or boiled roots or the faint tang of overused salt. It's bread, flatbread, to be specific. Your eyes open slowly, confused. For a moment you think you're dreaming, or worse, remembering. Some echo of a warmer season, of a summer longhouse, of a feast that once stretched into laughter and music. But no, you're here, in this winter, in this cold, in this thin-aired, wood-smoked morning. And that smell is real. You sit up. Across the longhouse near the hearth, the cook is hunched over a wide stone slab set just beside the embers. She's patting something flat and round with her fingers, flipping it quickly with the edge of a wooden spatula. Steam curls off the edges. A low crackle sings out as the fire licks across a smear of grease on the stone. You shuffle closer. She glances sideways. "He gave it up," she says. You blink, still half asleep. "Who?" "Old Eric. Had a pouch of flour he'd been hiding," you snort. "Waiting for the end of the world?" She shrugs. "Said he didn't want to die chewing on dust." You sit cross-legged beside her, and there, in the centre of the firestone, lies a miracle, flatbread, not puffed, not leavened, not soft and springy like the wedding bread your cousin once made with eggs and honey, but it's bread, rough-edged, uneven, browned in spots and ash-dusted on the bottom. She lifts it off the stone and sets it on a wooden plank to cool. Next to it, 2 more, already done. "You're serious," you murmur. She tosses a bit more dough onto the hot stone. Dead serious. The dough sizzles faintly as it hits the heat, and the smell intensifies. Nutty, toasted, rich. It doesn't just smell like bread, it smells like dignity. You reach forward slowly and tear off a piece of the first one. It's still warm. The texture is rough, but the edge snaps with a clean crack. You take a bite and chew slowly. It's dry. It's dense. It's perfect. You close your eyes and let it sit on your tongue. Flour, salt, water, a hint of smoke, maybe a smudge of leftover fat from the pot. It tastes like resilience. Behind you, others begin to stir. First the children, drawn from sleep by the unfamiliar aroma, then the elders, then the rest. Soon the longhouse is awake in a way it hasn't been in days. There's no talking at first, just people sitting up, blinking, sniffing. Then someone says it. "Is that bread?" The cook grunts. It's what passes for it. She doesn't look up, just keeps flipping, patting, stretching dough into discs and setting them to bake. There's a rhythm to it now. She moves like she's done this every day of her life. You know she hasn't. None of you have. Bread is rare. Bread is luxury. Bread is what happens at festivals, not in the dead of winter when flour is worth its weight in meat. And yet, here it is. One by one, people receive their ration. Half a flat cake, still steaming, sometimes a corner broken off if it's stuck to the stone. No one complains, no one dares. The child nearest you takes a bite and freezes. It's soft inside. You nod solemnly. That's the best part. The old man beside the hearth dips his in yesterday's leftover broth. He closes his eyes as he eats. Someone else hums, a strange, airy sound. Not a song, not exactly. Just a tone of appreciation that lives in the throat when there are no words. You eat your second piece slower. This time you notice more. The way the heat curls the edge. The faint crunch where the flour wasn't mixed evenly. The savoury flavour of something so simple it feels holy. You scrape the crumbs from your fingers and wipe them onto your cloak. You don't want to waste even a fleck. It's not just about hunger, it's about reverence. Bread like this doesn't come often. You suspect it may never come again, and that makes it sacred. Historians often describe Viking food in practical terms. Barley porridge, dried fish, stews thick with root, functional, caloric, necessary. But they rarely mention this, the reverence for flour, the near mythical status of bread. Because to have flour in winter meant you had trade, you had foresight, you had access to mills or managed to dry grain before the snow came. It meant you had something extra. And today, thanks to a grumpy old man and his hidden pouch, you do. You rise and help the cook knead the last of the dough. She lets you, reluctantly. Her hands are stiff now. You fold the mixture gently, pressing the dry bits into the moist ones, coaxing it into cohesion. It's tough. Cracks form if you push too hard. But slowly, the dough softens with your body heat. You pat it flat. She sprinkles salt over the last 2 rounds like she's blessing them, and then they're baking. The last of it. There's silence as those final flatbreads cook. People are watching now, not out of hunger, out of respect. You split the final piece into 6 parts, each barely more than a bite. The cook sets one aside. For tomorrow, no one questions it. That night, dinner is more stew, the same as always. Thin broth, a little fish, herbs scraped from the edge of the jar. But no one seems to mind, because earlier that day you ate bread, and bread lingers, not just in your belly, in your memory. You lie down that night still tasting it, the grain, the salt, the smoke. You fall asleep easier. The air feels warmer, not because the fire is any hotter, but because you shared something rare. And when you close your eyes, you dream not of feasts or honey or grand raids. You dream of dough, of flatbread baking on hot stones, of the smell of flour and ash, of a world where even in winter something as small as bread can make you believe in more. The cold is sharper this morning. Not cruel, but purposeful. Like a warning nipped into your fingertips as you reach for your boots. You can see your breath the moment you lift your head from the straw. It hovers in the air, trembling slightly, before vanishing into the same grey chill that seems to live inside the walls now. The fire has burned low again. You expect this by now. You rise slowly, every joint stiff as an old hinge, and shuffle toward the hearth. The cook is already there. No surprise. She's kneeling over the pot, a thin layer of steam rising like mist from the top. Her hair is tied back, her sleeves dusted with ash. In front of her, on a flat board, sits something wrapped in linen. You know what it is. The last piece of flatbread. She doesn't touch it. Not yet. You lower yourself beside her, warming your hands near the coals. The heat is lazy, more memory than fire. Still, it's something. Any better today, you ask. She shrugs. Depends what you mean by better. You glance at the pot. It's thinner than usual. The broth barely coats the spoon. She's added a handful of crushed peas and a slice of mushroom so small you wonder if it was just a dream. Still, the smell is good. You gesture toward the linen. We saving that? She nods. Until we can't anymore. You know what she means. That last scrap of bread has become more than food. It's a symbol now, a promise, a tiny rebellion against the emptiness of winter. It's not about calories, it's about morale. When the others wake, they move slower than usual. The cold has soaked into everything. The straw bedding, the walls, the bowls stacked by the hearth. Still, no one complains. They just wrap their cloaks tighter, gather around the fire and wait. The cook ladles out the broth. 1 scoop each. Not more, not less. You sip yours carefully. It's warm, it's salty. And despite its meagre ingredients, it holds weight. The cook has a way of making every drop feel like something more. A gift, a comfort. You drink it to the last, then run your finger around the bowl to catch anything that clung to the edges. After breakfast, it's time to check the traps again. You volunteer, not because it's your turn, but because you want the air, the space, the possibility. You take your knife, your coil of twine, and the worn leather pouch that's grown thin from the weather. The cook hands you a piece of dried onion and 2 broken mushrooms, trail bait. It's not much, but enough to set a lure if you need one. Outside, the wind cuts sharp through your cloak. The path to the ridge is covered again. Snow has drifted high overnight, erasing the tracks you left yesterday. It feels like starting over. But that's fine. You're good at starting over. The trail winds through the low pines, past the split birch that always creaks when the wind blows west. You walk in silence, every step a compact crunch of snow and ice. At the first trap, nothing. At the second, a bent stick and a snapped line. Something pulled hard, maybe a fox, maybe something smarter. You reset it, tying the rope twice, anchoring it deep. At the third snare you find a bird. A small one, thin, but caught cleanly. You kneel, whisper a thank you, and tuck it carefully into your pouch. The fourth trap is still set. The fifth is missing entirely. You stop, scan the ground. There, tracks, light, dancing. A weasel, maybe. You smile. That trap's long gone, probably decorating the den of something fur-covered and smug. Still, one bird is better than nothing. On the way back you pass the old ash stump and pause. Something glints beneath it. You reach down, brush away the snow. It's a stone. Flat. Warm to the touch, even now. One of the firestones the cook lost weeks ago. Likely carried out here by a child or a fox. You tuck it under your arm. It's not food, but it's hope. You return to the longhouse with your finds. The cook raises an eyebrow. And a bird? You nod. And a stone? She snorts. Maybe we'll roast both. But she takes them anyway. The bird is cleaned quickly. Pluck, gut, rinse, drop. Into the pot it goes, along with a few scraps saved from yesterday. The mushroom you brought is sliced thin. The onion shredded by hand. And then finally she turns to the linen bundle. You watch her unwrap it. Slowly. The last piece of flatbread. It's stiff now, but intact. Ash still clings to the bottom. She crumbles it between her fingers and lets it fall into the stew. Just enough to thicken it, she says. You both know it's more than that. It's a gift. Dinner that night is still quiet. Always is. But something's different. The broth is richer, the air warmer, the bread has melted into everything. Not visible, not chewy, but present. You taste it in the body of the stew, in the way it coats your tongue, in the way everyone leans back just a little farther after the last bite. Someone sighs, deep and low, and another hums a tune. The cook finally sits. She lifts her bowl, holds it in both hands and drinks. You join her. And for a moment it feels like enough. Just enough. Later, as the wind howls outside and the fire burns steady again, you lie on your side and listen to the longhouse breathe. You think about the traps, about the bird, about the flatbread that was for one more day shared. You fall asleep knowing it's gone. And still, you sleep well, because what it gave you stays, not in the pot, but in the people. The world outside is white again, not just snowy, white. The kind of white that erases boundaries, blurs lines between sky and land, swallows paths, covers traps, muffles voices. It's not a storm, not quite, but it's relentless, steady. It fell all night, you can tell. The roof groans under the weight. The air inside the longhouse is damp with it. Cold, clinging moisture in your nose and on your sleeves, as if the snow is trying to sneak its way in and settle among the people here, like an uninvited guest. You wake with a crick in your neck, the familiar straw mat pressed against your cheek, and the smell of smoke already tickling your nostrils. The fire is alive, but only just. A thin trail of warmth creeps from the hearth, fighting a losing battle against the kind of chill that clings to skin even beneath 3 layers of fur. You sit up slowly, wrap your cloak tighter, and move to the hearth. The cook is already there. Always is. She doesn't look up as you approach. She's focused, face tight, eyes narrowed at the pot like it just insulted her ancestors. You glance inside. It's mostly water. Bone broth again. You recognize the cloudy sheen, the single fish spine curled at the bottom like a question mark. A few strands of seaweed float near the top. One looks suspiciously like it's moving, but you decide not to mention that. Any root left? You ask quietly. She shakes her head. Used the last of it yesterday. You nod. Mushroom? Gone. You pause. Barley? She looks at you. You already know the answer. She lifts a tiny handful of something from a sack beside her. Grass seed. Dried, rough, brittle, barely edible even on the best days. She drops it into the pot with a sigh and stirs. The broth darkens just slightly. The longhouse is still mostly asleep. A few murmurs, the rustle of furs, someone coughing. The old man, probably. You can hear the cold in that cough now. It's settled in his chest like a guest who refuses to leave. You begin passing out bowls. They feel colder in your hands than the broth inside them. People wake to the sound of ladles. They don't expect much. That's a mercy. The children drink first. No hesitation. They've learned. Even thin broth is better than an empty stomach. You sip your own slowly. It tastes like memory. Like boiled bone. Like one too many mornings just like this. Like waiting. There's no salt left. No fat. Just water. And willpower. After the bowls are empty, no one says anything. Not even a joke today. The snow is still falling outside, pressing against the walls like a sleeping giant leaning in too close. The traps are buried. The path to the stream is gone. The sled is frozen into place. You spend the morning inside, patching the same tear in the side wall for the 3rd time. The moss is damp, the resin brittle, your fingers numb halfway through. Still, you keep going. What else is there to do? The cook sits by the fire, sharpening a spoon into a wedge. You making a tool, you ask? No, she says. Just tired of waiting to scoop with cracked wood. You smile. The luxury of new utensils. She shrugs. Might as well have something new today. In the far corner, 2 children argue over a smooth rock. It's not magic. It's not rare. It just happens to be rounder than the others. Sometimes that's all it takes. Around midday you hear it, a thump against the door. You look up. Someone's outside. You rise, cross the longhouse and unbar the door. It groans open against a wall of snow. Standing there, red-faced and snow-covered, is the boy from the neighbouring hut. Younger than you, but not by much. He's holding something in both arms, bundled in a strip of linen and fur. What is it, you ask? He grins. Debt payment. You blink. Then you see it. A smoked fish. 2, actually. Small ones, barely more than bait, but preserved, intact, real. Your breath catches. From your mother? He nods. She said your fire helped warm her child during the sickness. You take the bundle, nod your thanks, and close the door behind him. Inside, the cook raises an eyebrow as you set the parcel beside her. Looks like someone remembered we exist, she says. Smoked fish, you whisper. 2 of them. She unwraps them carefully, not dried, not jerky, properly smoked, oily, aromatic. Do we use both, you ask? She pauses, thinks. No, she says. 1, the other, for the next storm. She flakes the first one gently, bones and all, directly into the pot. The broth hisses as the fat hits it. The smell spreads quickly. People look up, eyes widen, a child gasps. The old man coughs, then sniffs the air as if to make sure he's not dreaming. It's real. The cook adds a pinch of dried onion, something she'd been hoarding. Then, from a hidden jar, a tiny shred of dried apple skin. Why that, you ask? She shrugs. If we're making a memory, make it good. By dusk, the pot is singing. When the bowls are passed out again, hands tremble, not from weakness, from anticipation. You drink yours in slow sips. It tastes like richness, like layers, smoke, fish oil, sweetness, salt. Wait, salt? You glance at the cook. She grins. Found one last pinch at the bottom of the jar, she says. You want to cry. You don't. But you think about it. The room is quiet, but not empty. The silence now is something else. Reverence. The kind of hush that comes when people realise something sacred is happening. You eat your last bite with the back of the spoon. You scrape the rim. You lick the edge of the bowl when no one's watching. It's perfect. Not because of the ingredients, but because of the timing. And when night comes, and the wind has finally gone quiet, and the snow hangs heavy outside like a curtain drawn around the world, you lie down beneath your cloak, hands resting on your stomach, and you breathe deeper than you have in days. You feel warm, and not just from the soup, but from what it meant. A payment, a memory, a kindness. You close your eyes, and you think, today, we did more than survive. We were given something, and we shared it. There's something different about the morning light. It doesn't feel warmer, but it feels kinder, softer at the edges, like the sky has decided to let you breathe just a little easier today. It peeks through the slats of the longhouse wall in quiet streaks, silver blue and flickering. Your breath still clouds in the air as you sit up, but for once it doesn't feel like a punishment. The fire is still burning. That alone is a victory. You roll your shoulders, stretch your arms, and shuffle over to the hearth. The cook is already there naturally, hunched forward with her elbow on her knee, staring into the pot as if it owes her an apology. The water is already hot, steam rising in small bursts. What's the plan, you ask? She doesn't answer right away, just hands you a wooden ladle, not to stir but to hold. Then she unwraps a cloth from beside the fire, and there it is, the second fish, the one that was saved yesterday, the one that made the entire longhouse sigh in collective hunger when she said it wasn't for yesterday's meal. Still good, you ask? She presses a thumb into the side of it. The flesh bounces back. Still perfect, she mutters. You nod and set the ladle down. She doesn't throw the fish in immediately. First, she pulls out a few other things, none of them impressive on their own. A small wedge of dried dough she scraped together late last night, a fistful of pine needles, a palmful of thawed berries, barely more than skin and pulp. She sets everything out in a line like offerings. The others begin to stir, They can smell the difference. They might not say it, but you can see it in the way they rise a little faster, wrap their cloaks tighter and edge closer to the hearth like moths. You lean over to inspect the berries. Where had those come from? Child found them behind the goat shelter, she replies. Frozen hard, nearly rock. They look awful. They'll taste worse. Still, she adds them. The pine needles go in next, crushed lightly between her fingers, just enough to bruise the oils loose. Then the dough scrap, crumbled between her palms and sprinkled like flour. Finally the fish. She places it into the pot whole, careful not to break the body. The skin begins to split almost instantly, the flesh yielding to the heat. The stew changes colour within seconds, oil swirling across the surface, clouds of smoke-tinged broth curling upward. The smell changes everything. You hear it in the silence that follows. A boy near the wall mutters, "It smells like last summer." Someone else whispers, "It smells like the harbour." You just smile. The longhouse slowly fills with that rich, smoky warmth, the kind that wraps around the ribs and nudges your stomach awake. You help the cook ladle out bowls, starting with the smallest hands and working your way up. She waits until the last bowl is filled before tearing the fish into flakes with her fingers and dropping them into each one. No hoarding, no favouritism. Even the old man gets a generous scoop. You hold your bowl close and breathe in. Fish. Smoke. A hint of bitter pine and a whisper of something sweet. Not enough to satisfy, but enough to remember. You dip a piece of last night's flatbread into the stew. It's gone a little hard, curled at the edges, but it softens in the broth. The bite that follows is chewy, salty, earthy. You chew slowly, deliberately. Across the room, the cook dips her own bread, chews and says nothing. But her eyes close for just a second longer than usual. That's how you know it's good. After the meal, the longhouse settles into quiet motion. Not rushed, just productive. Someone starts mending a fur blanket. Two children gather near the entryway, carefully brushing snow off their boots. You help the cook clean the bowls one by one, then dry them by the fire with strips of cloth worn smooth by years of use. Then comes the surprise. The child who found the berries appears again, this time carrying something wrapped in reed matting. He sets it down with a grunt, cheeks flushed from the cold. You open it carefully. Inside, pine bark, dozens of thin shavings. "What's this?" you ask. "From the same tree," the child says. "Smelled sweet." The cook lifts one, sniffs it, chews a corner. "It's not poisonous," she says. "That's good enough." You help her grind the bark down into fine slivers, tossing them into the pot to boil down into a thick syrupy liquid. It's not sweet, not really, but it has a note, something richer than plain broth. The kind of taste that doesn't satisfy but distracts. That night's meal is another broth, thinner than the morning stew but tinged with something that makes it feel festive. The cook tears the last flatbread into tiny bits and drops them into the pot. They soften, then thicken the whole thing like porridge. No one talks about what's missing. They just talk about what's there. A man tells a story about a feast in a long-lost village. A girl describes the biggest fish she ever saw. The old man recites a chant from his youth, something about frost giants and moonlight. The cook doesn't speak. She just smiles quietly, ladling out the last servings with the grace of someone who understands that food, at its best, is about sharing. Later, as the fire fades to a low red pulse, you sit near the stones, hands resting on your knees. You think about the fish, the pine, the child's quiet gift, and the way people lean toward each other even when their bellies aren't full. You lie back slowly, cloak around your shoulders, and close your eyes. Tomorrow will be harder, that's always true. But today, you tasted something, and that's enough. You wake up to the rarest sound of all, dripping. At first, your brain doesn't know what to do with it. You lie still beneath your cloak, eyes still closed, trying to name it. It's soft, repetitive, like someone tapping the edge of a bowl with a wet finger. But you know this sound. Somewhere in your memory it lives. Meltwater. You sit up slowly. Your bones crack the way they do now. You blink toward the wall, where a shaft of light is cutting in at an angle through the slats. Not white, not blue, yellow. You scramble to your feet and step outside without even putting on your boots. The world is wet. Not warm, but not frozen either. The snow has hardened at the top and started to slouch at the edges. Puddles are forming in the footprints outside the door. Icicles hang from the eaves like glass teeth, glistening and dripping, drop after drop after drop. Somewhere, a raven croaks. The sun is visible through a smear of cloud. Not strong, but present, and that's enough to make today a miracle. You exhale into the air and watch your breath curl, smaller than yesterday. The ice in your lungs is given up. The air is shifting, spring is near. When you step back inside, there's a kind of buzz in the longhouse. Not loud, but unmistakable. People are moving earlier. There's energy behind their steps. A woman is tightening the laces on her boots. A child is brushing dust from a fur mat. Even the old man seems to be humming under his breath, as if his ribs remembered a tune he forgot long ago. At the hearth, the cook is already in motion, but she's not stirring. She's grinding. You stop, eyebrows raised. She's got a flat stone in front of her and a rounded one in her palm. Between them, seeds, tiny, brown, shriveled, but unmistakably food. "Where did you get those?" you whisper. She doesn't look up. "Found a stash." "Whose?" She shrugs. Does it matter? It doesn't. You drop to your knees beside her and help with the grinding. The smell rises slowly. Earthy, dusty, warm. It smells like what happens before bread. "Do we have enough?" you ask. "For a thickener," she says. "Not a loaf." She adds the powder to the pot, followed by a few crushed pine needles and a single limp root that looks like it was hiding in the corner since midwinter. She chops it fine. The broth thickens quickly. The aroma shifts again, more layered now. Then she pulls something from beneath her cloak. A pouch, worn, leather, carefully tied. She unties it slowly, reverently. Inside, peas. Not many, maybe 20. Dried and tight as old knuckles, but still whole. You gasp. "Real ones?" "Found in the roof beam," she says, "tucked behind an old bird's nest." You blink. "You climbed into the roof?" She shrugs again. "I was bored." She drops the peas into the pot. The effect is immediate. They don't soften right away, but they promise to. They change the colour of the broth. They absorb the scent. The steam rises higher. It smells green. The others gather quickly now. No one needs to be told. They smell it too. Hope smells like peas. You help with the bowls. Everyone gets one. No one complains about portion size. They sip carefully, reverently. The flavour is surprising. Earthy, herbal, almost grassy. The peas haven't softened yet, but their essence is everywhere. You chew one cautiously. It resists, but then it gives. And the sweetness that bursts out is more shocking than anything else. It's not rich, it's not sugary, but it tastes like life, like plants, like dirt and rain and something that grows. Across the room, the child who found the pine cones last week shouts, "It tastes like a garden!" And he's right. The old man finishes his bowl in silence, then licks the inside with one long pass of his tongue. No shame, just satisfaction. After breakfast, you lace your boots and head outside again. The sun is higher now, not warm, but trying. You take the long route today, past the ridge, down near the trap line, through the frozen grove. The snow is collapsing in slow waves. You can hear it settling around you. Creaks, hisses, soft shudders. Trees are shedding their coats in patches. At the base of a slope you see it. Green. Actual green. Just a blush of moss no bigger than your hand, revealed beneath a patch of snow that slid down the rock. You drop to your knees and stare at it. You don't touch it. You just look. Because seeing something grow after so long without, it makes your chest ache. On the way back, you collect twigs, dry ones. You find a few that still smell like sap, and then, unexpectedly, a dead bird. Frozen, but clean. A small one, just enough for broth. You carry it back like a prize. When the cook sees it, she doesn't say anything, just adds it to the pot with practiced hands, bones and all. For dinner, she adds the rest of the pea water. It's even thicker now. The broth sings in your mouth. A woman near the wall begins to tell a story about a spring festival she once attended when peas were soaked overnight and cooked with goat fat and onion. No one has goat fat or onion, but everyone listens because stories are seasoning too. That night you sit by the hearth and watch the steam curl up into the rafters. You think about the green moss, about peas found in a bird's nest, about meltwater and humming. And then you lie back slowly and pull your cloak around your chest, and for the first time in many nights, you don't fall asleep thinking about hunger. You fall asleep wondering what will bloom first. You wake before the others, but the stillness isn't as heavy as before. There's a kind of hush in the air, not from dread or exhaustion, but from something softer, like the house itself is holding its breath, waiting. You shift beneath your cloak, half expecting to feel that old, bitter snap in your fingers and toes. But it doesn't come. Not yet. The fire is still smouldering, and you can smell smoke, but also something else. Something warm. You sit up quickly, blink twice, and let your eyes adjust to the dim orange glow coming from the hearth. The cook is already there, crouched, sleeves rolled up, hair tied in a messy knot behind her head. She's grinding something in a small wooden bowl. Not bones, not herbs. Acorn, you ask? She nods without looking up. Found a pouch wedged in the wall behind the sleeping bench. You raise your eyebrows. Still good. Not mouldy, not hollow, close enough. She adds snow melt and a spoonful of old grease, something scraped from the inside of a pot 2 days ago. The mixture turns to paste. She adds a little more water, then presses it flat onto a hot stone resting near the coals. The smell is instant. Not delicious exactly, but toasted, earthy, real. You sit beside her as the edges of the cake crisp and curl upward. It hisses faintly. Steam rises in a quiet spiral, and for a moment you both just watch it cook. The others haven't woken yet. That will change quickly. Sure enough, the sound of the movement follows within minutes, not hurried, but curious. A child shuffles out of the furs, yawning. A young man rubs his eyes and sniffs the air. Then comes the old man's voice, dry as ever, but with a touch of humour. Smells like we've robbed a squirrel. You all laugh. You hadn't planned to, it just happens. The cook flips the cake. It's browned on one side, charred on the other. She tears off a piece, chews, nods, bitter. But it'll work. You tear off a piece for yourself. It's gritty, dry, but it's warm. You can taste the smoke, the soil, the faint oiliness of old fat, and after weeks of broth, its texture. Your teeth remember what chewing feels like. The others gather in a circle as she makes more, pressing dough flat, flipping, tearing, passing. No one takes more than their share. The cakes go around. Some are broken in half and passed to smaller hands. No one asks for anything extra. They know better. But there's something in the air now, a kind of unity you haven't felt in a while. It's not just food being shared. It's proof that you've made it this far. The cook gestures for help with the pot. You lift the lid and breathe in the morning stew, thicker today. A mix of yesterday's broth and soaked bark, plus the last few shavings of pine needle. She's added a handful of ash-filtered grit to thicken it. You dip a ladle and taste it. It's bitter, smoky, and has the tang of something wild. But it's good. You pass out bowls. Everyone gets one. You take your cake and dip the edge into the hot broth. It soaks quickly, softening around your fingers. You bite into it. The bark and acorn balance in a strange way, opposite flavours finding common ground. Someone sighs. a long, deep, contented sound. You look up and see the elder near the corner, sipping from his bowl with eyes closed. He whispers something. You can't hear it, but the look on his face says enough. Gratitude. After breakfast, you step outside into the light. The sun is real, not a weak illusion behind clouds. Actual sun. Pale, yes, but steady. It glints off the hard-packed snow which has begun to crust and crack. Water is dripping from the eaves, not fast, not loud, but rhythmically. Drip, drip, drip. Each drop feels like a countdown. You walk toward the edge of the clearing. The snow there has receded, revealing the tops of buried stones and the brown stalks of last year's grass. You kneel beside one stone and press your hand to the soil. It's damp. Cold, but not frozen. And that changes everything. You dig gently with your fingers. The top layer flakes away like dry skin. Beneath it, darkness, mud, and the smell of life. You stay there a long while, not praying, just breathing, just knowing. Back in the longhouse, the cook is preparing a second batch of cakes. You help her shape them thinner this time, stretching the meal further. She hums as she works. You don't recognise the tune. Maybe she doesn't either. She makes 13, 12 for supper, 1 for saving. You smile. For tomorrow, she smirks. For luck. That evening, you light the fire earlier. The flames catch quickly, eager to rise. You roast the cakes on sticks, flipping them over and over, watching the edges blister and bubble. You make a game of it. Who can cook one without burning it? The old man loses. He doesn't mind. He dips his burnt cake in the broth and declares it boldly seasoned. The rest of you follow suit. And something strange happens. People begin telling stories, not survival tales, not warnings, real stories. Of summers by the sea, of trees that never lost their leaves, of cakes made with milk and honey and crushed flaxseed. No one has to pretend these things are near, but remembering them no longer hurts, and that is a victory. After the meal, the cook breaks her 13th cake in half and places it on 2 separate plates. One she gives to the youngest, the other to the oldest. Bookends, she says, keep us together. The child beams. The old man snorts. Everyone smiles. Later that night, you lie down not with hunger or fear, but with a strange fullness. Not in your belly, but in your chest, in your memory, in your sense of self. You think about that acorn meal, tucked away, forgotten, waiting, like spring. Waiting, too. You wake up to the kind of silence that feels purposeful. Not the bleak silence of hunger or the muffled stillness of a world buried in snow. No, this is a softer quiet. A kind of hush the earth makes when it's preparing for something. The air feels different, lighter. You inhale, and the breath doesn't catch in your chest like it used to. You stretch, slowly, cautiously, and your joints complain, but only out of habit. Your body is remembering something close to comfort. The light creeping in through the slats is brighter today. It hits your face with the faintest warmth. Not enough to chase the cold from the room, but enough to notice. You sit up and scan the room. Most people are still wrapped in their cloaks and mats, breathing softly, turned toward the fire like plants reaching for sun. You rise and move to the hearth. The cook is already there, as always, but she's not hunched in fatigue. She's cross-legged, alert, holding a small clay bowl and a flat wooden pestle. She's grinding something. It smells faintly sweet. Sweet in that strange, wild way that only food in late winter can. You crouch beside her. What's that? She holds the bowl up, lets you peer in. Crushed a cornmeal, she says. The last of it. You blink. I thought we used that yesterday. We did, but I saved a handful. She smiles at you sideways. Didn't want to throw it all at one day. You nod, understanding immediately. You've all learned by now. Never spend hope all at once. She mixes the meal with a little melted snow and the skin from yesterday's broth. A gelatinous ring she scraped from the cooled pot. Then, from a hidden pouch in her sleeve, she takes out something wrapped in linen. You lean closer, a single dried currant. You blink. You've been carrying that? For a while. She unwraps it with the care one might give to a jewel. She holds it between her fingers for a second, just long enough to remember what sweetness used to be, then drops it into the pot with the rest. It vanishes into the thickened liquid, but the smell changes, just slightly. Enough. She stirs slowly. You help. It's a rhythm you've come to know well. Wood on wood, steam rising, hunger held in check by motion. By the time others begin to stir, the porridge is ready. It's not much. A bowl of bitter paste thickened by memory, but it's warm, and it carries a scent that makes people lift their heads faster than usual. The cook begins serving. She doesn't use bowls. There aren't enough anymore. Instead, she pours spoonfuls into bark scoops, cupped hands, whatever people hold out. She saves the last portion, the one with the currant, for the smallest child, the one who stopped speaking last week, the one who's been too tired even to cry. The child takes the portion with wide eyes. There's a long pause, then a bite, then another, and then just barely a sound. A small, breathy giggle. Everyone turns. The cook doesn't say anything, but you can see the corner of her mouth twitch. No one asks for more. There isn't any, but no one feels cheated. You eat yours slowly. It tastes like bark and broth, and something faintly sweet at the edge of your tongue. A flavour that's half memory, half wish. After breakfast, you step outside, and the world has changed again. The snow is melting in earnest now. Not just drips from the eaves, but rivers trickling through the packed ice. You hear the creak before you see it, a distant bubbling, like laughter too quiet to echo. You follow it instinctively, boots cracking through the crust. The path is wet. Your socks will soak. You don't care. By the time you reach the creek, it's singing. Not loud, not strong, but real. The surface flows in long glassy ribbons. Beneath it, rocks, mud, and the glint of movement. You crouch, cup your hands and drink. Cold, sharp, perfect. It's the first thing you've tasted in weeks that didn't come from smoke or ash or pot scrapings. It tastes like nothing and everything. You stay there longer than you need to. You close your eyes and feel the water running past your hands. You let it remind you that the world is still moving. Back at the longhouse, the cook has begun emptying baskets. Inventory. She lines up roots, bark, dried berries, even broken pieces of cake from the last few days. You help her count. Together you have 3 bark strips, half a pouch of pine powder, a thumb-sized hunk of hide, 2 pieces of charred bread, a handful of cracked acorn husks. Not much, you say. Not nothing, she replies. She takes the husks and soaks them in water, then grinds them into a paste, adds the pine powder, shaves the hide into curls and tosses it in. I'm calling it soup, she says. You laugh. Generous. She shrugs. Names are free. Dinner that night is more ceremony than meal. The cook adds one more surprise, dried seaweed. A tiny pinch. Something traded long ago, forgotten at the bottom of a pouch. It adds salt and scent. The pot bubbles, and the longhouse smells briefly like the ocean. When the soup is served, the silence is thick. You sip yours. It tastes like the sea, not much else, but that's enough. Someone tells a story about a boat carved from birch bark and a journey across ice to trade for kelp. The old man sings a song. One of the children starts clapping a beat. The cook does not eat. She sits, back straight, hands empty. She just listens. Later, when the bowls are rinsed and the fire has dropped low, you catch her staring into the coals. You didn't eat, you say. She smiles. I'm full. You shake your head. You're mad. Probably. And then she leans against your shoulder. You know what I think? What? I think tomorrow we find green. You want to believe it, and maybe you do. You both fall asleep there, leaning, cloaked in smoke, surrounded by people who are no longer starving but remembering how to laugh, how to share, how to hope. You hear it before you open your eyes, a sound so out of place that it feels like dreaming. A single, high-pitched bird song. Not the ragged caw of a raven or the shrill warning call of a magpie. No, this sound is light, playful, alive, like something that belongs to spring mornings and blooming branches, not frostbitten huts and bark broth. You open your eyes fully and blink at the wooden beams above. For a moment you don't move, you just listen. And there it is again, clearer this time and closer. A melodic trill, rising and falling in soft notes, the sound of a world thawing. You sit up. There's no denying it. It's not in your head. It's not a memory. There's a bird singing outside. You wrap your cloak around your shoulders and cross the longhouse as quietly as possible. The fire is barely more than coals. A few others are stirring in their sleep, but no one is fully awake. You unlatch the door and step out into the grey morning, and freeze. There, perched on the top rail of the wooden fence, is a tiny bird, yellow-breasted, thin-legged, eyes like polished seed beads, a tit. You don't move, you hardly breathe. It chirps again, sweet and proud, and hops once before fluttering to a nearby branch, fluffing its feathers and puffing its chest against the cold. The mist is low and the snow is melting in uneven patches across the yard. Puddles form near the logs. The ice has receded from the footpath, revealing patches of muddy ground and flattened dead grass. The air smells damp, clean, and somehow green. You stay outside long enough for your fingers to go numb before you step back in. Inside, the cook is already awake. She has a pot on the coals and is stirring something slowly. "There's a bird," you say. She doesn't look up. "I heard it. It sang twice." She nods. "So did the earth." You move closer. "What are you cooking?" She holds up a small bundle of cloth, unfolds it, and shows you. A few shavings of bark flour, some pine dust, a shard of dried berry skin, and, miraculously, a tiny dried onion bulb, no larger than a thumb joint. "Where did you get that?" She shrugs. "I buried it in the ash weeks ago. Thought it was done. Found it still firm." She adds the bulb to the pot along with the rest. The broth is thin, but the scent rising from it is complex. Earthy, sharp, warm in a way that makes your mouth water just from breathing near it. She stirs with purpose. You hand her the ladle. By the time others wake, the air is filled with that scent. A scent that doesn't just promise food, it promises flavour. One by one, they gather, sleepy-eyed and curious. The cook ladles out the stew into small bowls and bark scoops. Everyone eats in silence. The broth is rich, thanks to the bark. The pine adds depth. The onion is the star. It has melted into soft strands that spread through the stew like threads of warmth. No one asks for more. There isn't any. But everyone sits a little longer with their bowl in hand, as if reluctant to return to anything less than this moment. After breakfast, you volunteer to check the traps by the stream. Another young man offers to go with you. The air is warmer now. Not warm, not yet, but kind. The sun cuts through the fog in long, soft beams. The snow no longer crunches. It sighs beneath your boots. You walk in companionable silence. Not the silence of resignation, but of reverence. The trees drip with meltwater. The stream is no longer a whisper. It's running. When you reach the traps, 2 are empty. The third is not. Inside, nestled between 2 sticks and tangled in twine, is a rabbit. Small, plump, warm. Your companion kneels first. He whispers a word of thanks and lifts the animal gently. You return with your prize wrapped in hide. When the cook sees it, she closes her eyes for a second and breathes in deep. No celebration, just acceptance. This is what spring is. Not a sudden arrival, but a giving back. She cleans the rabbit quickly. You help slice the meat. bones reserved for stock. She places the carcass in the pot and adds water from the creek. Clean, clear, flowing. The stew that simmers over the fire feels like a revelation. She adds the last of the acorn meal as a thickener, a pinch of salt she had stashed in a split reed, and one final surprise, a single dried apple ring, cut in half and soaked in water until it's soft. The scent makes everyone pause. It's wild, rich. It smells like meat and smoke and sweet things that used to hang from trees. When she ladles it out, people move slower, as if approaching a sacred thing. The stew is thick and hearty. The rabbit meat is tender, falling apart in the broth. The apple adds a strange sweetness, barely noticeable, but haunting. No one speaks while they eat. Even the children, usually restless, are still. The old man lets out a low sound halfway through his bowl. A sigh, a hum, a whisper of a song. You eat slowly, scraping every bit of meat from the wooden bowl, letting the broth cling to your lips. After the meal, someone begins cleaning the hearth without being asked. Another starts mending a torn cloak. The cook leans back finally. "Feels like we've stepped into another world," she says. You nod. "Or maybe we remembered the one we came from." She glances out the window slat. Spring is patient. "So are we," you reply. You sit near the fire, watching the steam rise from the empty pot, and you imagine green things, not in dreams this time, but in plans. Real ones. You picture a garden near the stream. You picture fresh roots pulled from wet soil. You picture more birds, more songs, more mornings like this, and it no longer feels like a fantasy. It feels like the next step. You wake slowly, wrapped in warmth, not from fire, but from the air itself. There's a softness to it, a moisture in your nostrils, a weight in the silence that tells you something fundamental has shifted. The light through the slats is different too. Less grey, more golden. It's not a trickle anymore. It's a curtain, spreading across the packed dirt floor like melted butter. The smell hits you next. Soil. Wet. Earthy. Real. You sit up without shivering. Something has changed. A bird chirps outside. Not the coarse cry of a raven. Not the shrill screech of a gull. This is something melodic. High-pitched, flute-like. You know that sound. Somewhere deep in your bones, your memory stirs and names it. A songbird. You don't wait. You toss off the cloak and walk to the door barefoot, ignoring the cool floor. The air outside hits you not like a slap, but like a wet kiss. Cool, yes, but forgiving. The snow around the doorway has retreated. There are puddles now, and where the snow has melted, you see moss. Green. Real green. You step out onto the stones and that's when you see them. 2 ducks. Round. Ridiculous. Bobbing along the stream like the most natural thing in the world. One nibbles at a patch of submerged reeds. The other dunks its head and flaps its wings so hard it sends a spray into the air. You laugh. Out loud. A real laugh that rattles in your chest. Behind you, the longhouse door creaks open. The cook steps out, rubbing her eyes. She sees the ducks and snorts. They're early. Everything's early this year. She crosses her arms, watching them for a long moment. Then she turns and disappears inside. You follow her. The fire has burned down, but she doesn't need much to bring it back to life. A few twigs, a puff of breath, a scrap of bark, and the flame jumps. She opens a pouch you didn't know she had. What's that? Cattail roots, from the edge of the swamp. When did you get them? 3 days ago, before the second thaw. You didn't tell anyone. I wanted to see if they'd keep. They did. You help her peel the roots. Your hands work quietly. The roots are stringy and pale, smelling faintly of pond water. She dices them into a clay pot along with some rehydrated pine scraps, a few strips of dried trout skin, and, miraculously, a scrap of old onion she kept buried in ash under the hearth. You saved the onion. I always save something. The pot simmers fast. The scent rises. Sweet, briny, and sharp all at once. People wake early, noses twitching. They don't ask what's cooking. They just sit down near the hearth, waiting. The broth is light and golden. The cattail root has gone soft like noodles. The fish adds richness. The pine gives it that resinous back-of-the-throat bite. The cook serves slowly. No one grabs. No one asks for more than their share. You eat your bowl with both hands cupped around it. It tastes like wetland and smoke and salt and hope. The youngest child dips his fingers in and draws circles on the clay. Not playing, just tracing the heat. After breakfast, the cook looks at you. Want to go looking? You nod. You gather a few others, tuck empty pouches into your cloaks, and set out toward the thawed meadow. There's no snow left on the path, only thick, sticky mud that pulls at your boots and splashes your legs. But it doesn't feel like a nuisance. It feels like progress. At the edge of the clearing, someone gasps. You follow their gaze and see it. Sorrel. Bright green, arrow-shaped leaves poking up in defiance of winter. You kneel and touch one. It's cool and soft. You pinch a leaf, bring it to your mouth, and bite. Sharp, tangy, alive. It tastes like lemon, someone says. You smile. It tastes like defiance. You pick slowly, careful not to uproot. Always leave some behind. You fill your pouch, feeling the scent of the sorrel rise with every movement. Back at the longhouse, the cook receives the bounty with reverence. She doesn't toss the greens into the pot. She rinses them with clean water, dries them on cloth, and sets them aside. Dinner is a simple broth made from the rest of the cattail root and the final spoonful of pine meal. Just before serving, she tears the sorrel by hand and sprinkles it into the pot. The greens wilt on contact. The broth turns a richer shade of gold green. When you taste it, your mouth floods with brightness. The acidity dances on your tongue. It makes your lips pucker. It forces your body to wake up. It tastes like rain, someone whispers. It tastes like something new, says another. No one speaks for a while after that. Even the old man stops talking mid-sentence and just chews, eyes shut, as if listening to a song only he can hear. The cook saves a single leaf and presses it between two slabs of bark. What's that for? A reminder. You nod. After the meal, people sit outside the longhouse for the first time all season. The air is still cool, but no longer cruel. You all face the woods, watching the trees drip, watching puddles ripple, listening for more birds. The youngest child hums, not a song, just sound. Like a human mirror of the birds. You lean back against the wall, eyes half closed, stomach warm, hands clean. You think about the duck, about the sorrel, about the fact that today's stew tasted green. And you realise you're not just surviving anymore, you're adjusting, recovering, rebuilding. Someone begins to speak softly, suggesting that tomorrow they'll search for fiddleheads. Another says they'll check the old burrow for mushrooms. You smile, because now, finally, the question isn't if you'll eat again, it's what. You wake to the soft clatter of someone arranging stones. Not firewood, not bowls, stones, flat ones, the kind that fit perfectly in the palm, heat quickly, and hold warmth like they were designed for it. The light slipping through the slats overhead is amber, warm and wide. It slides across your face, and instead of flinching, you lean into it. For the first time in months, the sun doesn't sting. It soothes. Outside, a breeze stirs and slips into the longhouse like an old friend returning without knocking. It smells of wet bark, new grass, and the faintest trace of pollen. You sit up. The cook is crouched at the hearth, arranging the flat stones into a half ring over glowing coals. She's not moving with desperation today. She moves like a woman who has a plan. You walk over, still rubbing your eyes. You making soup? She shakes her head, grinning. Nope. Bread. You blink. Real bread? She snorts. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but something like it. She pulls out a pouch and shows you a mixture she's been hiding. A blend of crushed acorn meal, ground cattail root, a dash of pine ash for flavour, and most shocking of all, a few tiny dried berry skins. It looks like flour. It smells like effort. She adds just enough melted snow to make a dough and kneads it in her palms. It sticks slightly, leaving a residue that smells faintly sweet. Then she flattens it into rounds and places the first one on a hot stone. It sizzles. You both pause. That sound, that smell, that tiny hiss of water meeting heat, grain meeting fire, hope meeting effort. Flat cakes, she murmurs. Fancy, she smirks. If they don't catch fire, we'll call them fancy. As the first cake browns, others begin to stir. A child toddles forward and stands in front of the hearth with wide eyes, saying nothing. The cook tears off a piece and hands it to him. He chews silently, then swallows, then grins, and suddenly everyone is awake. They gather near the fire, not in silence, but murmuring, gentle, eager. Not a crowd, not chaos, just people waiting for something warm, something earned. The cook makes more cakes. You help. Flatten, turn, brush off ash. You learn the rhythm. Heat, flip, cool. Pass it along. Breakfast today is 2 flat cakes per person, and a thin broth, steeped in pine and bark and flavoured with a pinch of dried garlic you forgot even existed. No one rushes, no one hoards. You chew slowly. The cake is smoky, earthy, dry at first, but softens beautifully when dipped in the broth. It breaks apart just right. You can taste every hour that went into gathering the ingredients. The chew is real. The feeling in your stomach is real. After the meal, no one lies back down. No one says, "Let me rest first." Everyone moves. The cook ties her pouch again and announces, "We're foraging." You, her, and 4 others walk past the melted trail through a patch of soggy moss and out toward the open grove where the last of the snow is surrendered. Your boots sink, but you don't care. There's birdsong, bees, buds. You find nettles, young and fierce and absolutely everywhere. You find wild garlic again, slender stalks with green tips bursting toward the sky. Then, near a fallen tree, someone spots it. A patch of early fiddleheads. Tight green spirals curled like little sleeping commas. You all crouch and gather gently. It's not frantic. It's almost ceremonial. You talk while you work. Real talk. The old man tells a story about his father cooking fiddleheads in goat milk. Someone laughs at the idea of having goat milk. Someone else says, "One day we will." You return with baskets full. The cook blanches the greens over boiling water, then shocks them in a bowl of snow. She tosses them with a handful of dried sorrel, a drop of fish oil, and, miracle of miracles, a crushed clove of something sharp and bright-smelling. "Is that garlic?" "Not quite," she says, "but close enough." The evening meal isn't stew. It's greens, warmed, seasoned, plated over toasted flat cake halves, and sprinkled with powdered pine bark and 2 chopped wild onions. It smells like real food. It looks like real food. You sit cross-legged and eat it with your hands. The bitterness of the greens is softened by the bread. The warmth coats your chest. You don't just feel full, you feel clear. Someone says, "This is a celebration." No one disagrees. Afterward, people sit in small circles, cleaning their hands with snow, laughing. Someone plays a game with carved sticks. Someone else sings the first verse of a song not heard since fall. Even the cook sits down and leans back. You sit beside her. She nods toward the door. "Tomorrow we plant." "Already?" "It's time." You both fall quiet. Then she adds, "You know, I've been saving one more thing," you smile. "Of course you have." She pulls out a tiny dried plum, wrinkled, dark, nearly weightless. She drops it into a clay cup, pours in hot pine water, and hands it to you. "It's tea now." You sip. The flavour is faint, but unmistakable. It tastes like sweetness held in trust, like sunlight inside bark, like tomorrow. The morning light touches your face before your eyes even open. It's warm now. Not warm like a fire or a hot stone, but the kind of gentle warmth that seeps in slowly, quietly, without needing permission. It settles in your bones like memory. You stretch under your blanket, and for once there's no stiffness in your joints. No sharp pang in your side. Just movement. Easy, unremarkable movement. And outside, the world is stirring. Birds are everywhere now. Not just one brave titmus or the occasional crow, but a chorus. Layered songs weaving together. Chirps, trills, the flap of wings, the distant splash of ducks on the stream. Inside the longhouse, the smell hits you instantly. Not smoke. Grain. You rise quickly, curious, hopeful. At the hearth, the cook stands beside a small wooden bucket. She's grinning. "You won't believe it," she says. You walk closer. The bucket is full of sprouted barley. Short green shoots pushing up from damp kernels. Tiny, fragile, but real. "Where did?" She waves a hand. "Buried in the root cellar. I thought it was ruined, mouldy, but something must have stayed dry." You're speechless. She gathers a handful of the sprouts and tosses them in a pot of warm water, then adds chopped sorrel, shredded nettles, and a pinch of crushed salt. She stirs, lets it simmer, and says nothing. There's no need. People gather like they already know. They sit in a wide circle, legs crossed, shoulders touching. Everyone is calm. Everyone is waiting. Not with hunger, but with respect. The soup is ladled slowly. The sprouts are soft, slightly nutty. The greens bright, tangy. The broth clean. You hold the bowl between your hands and sip carefully. And then you feel it. Not just food, recovery. Not just heat, healing. You chew slowly. You remember. The first days of bark water. The days when silence meant fear. The moments when a single crumb felt like a feast. But now you taste depth, layers, story. You look at the cook. She's already watching you. She raises an eyebrow. Good. You nod. Best yet. After the meal, people start moving without being asked. Someone clears the bowls. Someone stacks firewood. The old man sharpens a stick for digging. The child who once cried in his sleep is now outside, barefoot, dancing circles in the mud. The cook walks to the door and gestures you over. You follow. Outside, she kneels beside a patch of thawed soil. It's dark, rich, damp. She reaches into her pouch and pulls out 7 barley seeds. "Your turn," she says. You take one, press your thumb into the earth and bury it. Not deep, just enough. The others do the same. No chants, no ceremony, just silence, just care. That afternoon, people plant more. Tiny shoots of garlic, nettles, sprouts from the last of the carrot tops, anything that still breathes. The cook makes another pot of barley and green stew for supper. It's even better the second time. Served with pine tea and a drop of wildflower honey traded long ago, saved until now. No one needs to speak, but someone does. A voice from the corner, soft, gravelled, the old man. "We made it." And you all nod, because it's true. You made it. Through silence, through smoke, through bark broth and rabbit bone, through ash and snow and nights where hope was too heavy to carry. But now, in this evening light, with your belly warm and your hands still smelling of earth, you feel something powerful settle over the room. The knowledge that spring is no longer a rumour. It's here, alive, and so are you. You lie down under your cloak, full not just with food, but with memory, with meaning, with the pulse of life. You close your eyes, you smile, you sleep. And now, with your body still and your breath even, let this final thought guide you into rest. Picture your fingers pressing gently into the dark soil, cool and forgiving beneath your hands. Picture the seed, a single grain of barley, nestled in that earth, not in fear, but in quiet trust. Around you, the air hums with soft sounds, the rustle of leaves just beginning to form, the whisper of wind weaving through branches, the faint drip of melted snow falling from pine needles. Somewhere nearby a bird calls once, then again, its song short, high, and clear. You don't respond. You don't need to. The world is moving forward now, not rushing, not stumbling, but emerging. The hard days still exist. The hunger still lives in memory, but they no longer own you. They are part of the story, not the end of it. You are not the person who lay curled in fear by a dying fire. You're someone who planted something today. You're someone who tasted the season change, who watched a child laugh again, who held a bowl of soup and felt gratitude run deeper than hunger ever did. So let your thoughts drift with the smoke from that final meal rising slowly into the evening air. Let them float like pollen on a breeze, like seeds on a spring wind. You've made it to the other side, and now gently, quietly, sleep. End of story. Sweet dreams.